ministries, departments, and agencies, district local government officials, the district political leadership, the Office of the Resident District Commissioner, and all the security agencies, the UN sister agencies, development and humanitarian partners, religious and cultural leaders, children, the community, and the congregation present. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda for the exceptional hospitality for the forcibly displaced communities in Uganda. I also thank the host communities for the coexisting with the refugees in Uganda, especially here in Kiryandongo. The total population of the refugees in Uganda as of May 2024 is over 1.6 million. Out of this, almost 1 million, 57%, consists of children that are registered. And out of these children, over 55,000 are children with protection-specific needs. At settlement level, Kiryandongo has a population of over 106,000 registered refugees and asylum seekers, out of which over 6,000 are identified children with specific protection needs. Based on this year's Continental Day of African Child, with the theme Education for All Children in Africa, the time is now, UNHCR and its partners are committed to continue supporting all school-going children to attain quality education. And this is one of the protection tools to provide safety nets to our children. Regarding the significant abuses to children, such as child labor, child neglect, child exploitation, and violence, UNHCR and partners developed a joint strategy aiming at addressing violence against children. How are we going to do this? We will do this by strengthening inclusive child protection systems to protect children from violence. We are also providing comprehensive child protection services, and we are also supporting children, families, and the communities to have robust systems to prevent and respond to violence against children. In collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister and the line ministries, UNHCR and partners are enhancing coordination through joint monitoring and risk management of child protection interventions in the refugees and host community. I congratulate the children of Africa for demonstrating their resilience in commemorating the Continental Day of the African Child. And I thank all stakeholders behind the organizing of this event. I wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the UNHCR representative. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Ministry of State for Youth and Children, Honorable Balam Baruka. You're most welcome. At this time, allow me to tell you a brief background of Panyadoli Self-Help Secondary School. Panyadoli Help Self-Secondary School is an O and A-level government-aided universal secondary school with enrollment of 1,692 students, 964 are boys, and 728 are girls. Out of this, 1,100 are refugees and 592 are Ugandans. So you see, Uganda, we are the part of Africa, and we welcome everybody here. As you see, the big number are refugees. I also want to tell you that the school started in 1995 by a community under the refugees and internal displaced persons from northern Uganda. It is a government-coded school during the the government-coded schools during the financial year 2017 and 2018. Yeah, at this time, I want to welcome everybody here. You're most welcome. Your presence is a big deal in today's function. At this time, may you allow me welcome the district chairperson. The district chairperson, the floor is yours. You're highly welcome. Yes, madam, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, our children, our mistress and master of ceremony at this function. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Among, the Honorable State Ministers for State, for Education, for Youth, and the Ministry of Labor, Gender, Labor and Social Development, our other dignitaries from the whole world, especially the continent of Africa, distinguished guests, the RDCs, the cows who are here, the district leadership, where we have the district speaker, the district executive committee, Mairuasis from refugee settlement, heads of different institutions that are here, different dignitaries from different ministries, our communities from all over the continent, last but not least, and the most important, our dear children of Africa who are gathered here today. Our chief guest, this is a wonderful and very important occasion, since our children are our greatest asset in this nation and in the whole continent. Before I continue with my speech, allow me, chief guest, to recognize the district leadership that is here with whom I work, district speaker, the district executive committee, all the district councillors, my Ruasis who are here, Madam Ruasi, and all the other leaders from the district, both technical and political. These people have worked tirelessly to make sure that this day come to pass. It is with immense pride and great pleasure that I welcome you all to Kiryandongo district for the continental commemoration of the Day of the African Child. Today, we are honored to host the dignitaries from the African Union, international delegates, and esteemed guests from across Uganda. Your presence here underscores the importance we collectively place on the well-being, rights, and future of our children. The Day of the African Child holds deep significance. It reminds us of the courage and resilience of the children of Soweto, who on June 16, 1976, marched for their rights and for a better future. Their bravery and sacrifice set in motion a wave of change that resonates with us to this day. As we gather here, we honor their legacy by renewing our commitment to ensuring every child on this continent enjoys their rights to education, safety, health, and opportunity. This year's theme, Chief Guest, is education for all children in Africa. The time is now. It highlights a crucial aspect of our mission. Education is the cornerstone of development and the foundation upon which we can build a brighter future for our children. The time to act is now. Chief Guest, we must prioritize education for every child, ensuring that no one is left behind. That includes our children with disability. And therefore, if they are not supposed to be left behind, the issue of sign language is key to help them be in the sector of education. Education empowers, Chief Guest. It enlightens and equips our children with the tools they need to lead successful and fulfilling lives. In Kiryandongo, we understand that our children are our greatest asset and the future leaders of our nation. We have made strides in improving access to education, health care, and social services. However, we recognize that much remains to be done. Today's gathering is not only a celebration, but also a call to action. We must work together as governments, international organizations, communities, and individuals to address the challenges that still hinder our children from reaching their full potential. Chief Guest, we are particularly delighted to have our friends from the African Union and the various international bodies with us. You are most welcome. Your support and collaboration are invaluable as we strive to implement policies and initiatives that make a tangible difference in the lives of our children. I would like to extend our special thanks to the government of Uganda for all the support that we have received under education and the holistic development of our children. The ECD, the UPE, the USE, so many other projects and programs that government has extended to community to support the development of children and also make the community have a dignified life. Definitely where the community have a dignified life, then our children also have a dignified life. Particularly, Honorable Minister and our Chief Guest, I want to thank you for all the support that comes directly from the ministry to support our children, our youth, our women, and all other people in the community. We shall not forget also support from the State Minister for Bunyoro, under the Office of the Prime Minister for the micro projects and many other direct support. We also want to appreciate the number of times that you have visited us. I want to remember a particular day when we were launching the 16 days of activism. You made it come to Kiryandongo for a particular purpose and objective that you wanted to achieve for Kiryandongo. Thank you so much. I also extend our thanks to all our local, national, and international development partners. Chief guest, we are blessed. All these partners that serve here in the district have been very active. There is impact on the ground in support of children, especially the life skills, and supporting in the gaps of education to promote education here. Therefore, allow me mention a few. We have MACADEF, which is Masindi Child Federation, UNICEF being our greatest supporter, Save the Children, Waiteka Peace Initiative, BRAC, Y Global, IDIU, Jesus Loves Children, El Shaddai Restoration Gateway, TPO, Salvation Army, Action Against Hunger, Window Trust, and many others. I know all of you are here present at this function, and you have been supporting the preparation. May I request you, all of you, at least as representatives, including our banks, to rise up for recognition of the chief guest. UNHCR and the rest. Chief guest, they are all present. Some of them are in the preparation at the back, but they are all here. Thank you so much, our dear development partners and many others that I have not mentioned. Your impact has been key in relation to the development of our children. However, despite our efforts, chief guest, we face significant challenges that affect our ability to support our children fully. These include child poverty, societal attitudes that dictate children should be only seen but not heard. Cultural practices such chief guest have highlighted in the dark book. Chief guest, addressing these challenges requires comprehensive interventions. We must advocate for increased resources. Chief guest, by your presence here, I know that you have all the capacity at the different interministerial meetings, at the continental meetings. Chief guest, I know and trust your capacity for advocacy. There is in our children, including the girl and the boy children. Our chief guest, moreover, Kiryandongo district aspires to be declared a child-friendly district. You know, for quite a long time, there has been an issue of Kiryandongo not being very friendly. But a lot has been done, our chief guest, and now we are aspiring to be declared a child-friendly district. In that direction, chief guest, we make a commitment in our planning to create child-friendly spaces staffed by trained personnel and establish breastfeeding corners, some of which are already there in public institutions. Additionally, we'll introduce ordinances, one of it, which speaks for a parent-led school feeding program, is already in the cooking, and many other ordinances. All private sector employers to grant a minimum 1 month of maternity leave to our mothers. Chief guest, you are aware this has been a problem. Once in a private institution, what is important is profits. Therefore, the mothers who are bearing children are not given opportunity for a maternity leave. These measures are designed to ensure that our children are cared for, respected, and given the opportunity they deserve. As the political head of Kiryandongo district, on behalf of this district and all other districts, chief guest, I pledge our continued dedication to advancing the rights of our children. We'll ensure that their voices are heard, their needs are met, and their dreams are nurtured. We'll work tirelessly to create an environment where every child can thrive free from fear and full of hope. In closing, let us remember that the future of Africa lies in the hands of its children. By investing in their well-being and education, chief guest, we are investing in the prosperity and progress of the entire continent. And as UNICEF say, for every child, together, let us build a brighter, more equitable future for all African children. Chief guest, I want to thank you so much for this wonderful day of the African child that has brought all people from all other continents. And I want to promise that Kiryandongo will not remain the same with the presence of all these people here. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear chairperson, district chairperson, Kiryandongo district. We are exceedingly happy and tremendously honored for that fine speech. Thank you for presenting our challenges as children of Kiryandongo district, as well as your aspirations and pledges. Now we are going to have the intergenerational dialogue. It is time for the intergenerational dialogue. For places of inconveniences, the male, we are going this side, just behind this tent. Then for the females, we are going this side. Today is our day as children. It is our day to express ourselves, to enjoy on this commemoration day, the Day of the African Child, commemorating those who took part in fighting for their rights, the right to education in Soweto, South Africa. They showed us a way, and we also thank the government as well as different organizations for endeavoring that we at least have a step or put in a gear in the education of the African child. We thank you so much.
And I want to thank you very much, the Honorable Minister, our Chief Guest, the Minister of State for Education, the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs. I'm just standing here, just to remind people that once upon a time I was a child, and everybody was. And therefore, it is important to invest in the children of Uganda, the children of Africa, the children of the world, to have them manage the way they are managing. I just felt it important to allow you to know that the Minister for Gender, Labor, and Social Development is a former child. The Minister of State for Education is a former child. The Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Baram Atenyi Emunyoro from here, is a former child. The UNICEF country rep is a former child. The chairperson of the Committee of African Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Children is a former child. I can go on and on and on and mention many dignitaries here. The issue is they are only what they are because of their education. Education is a transformer. education balances things. And therefore, if we are talking about education of the African child, everybody should be reminded about educating the children that you have. And part of the reason, and which the chairperson, LC5, the person I love, respect so much, there are very few women LC5 chairpersons in this country. Can we clap for the chairperson, LC5, Kiryandongo? One thing she didn't talk about for political reasons is that if we produce the children we can afford to look after, we wouldn't have children not going to school. Nobody is under contractual obligation to produce more than you can afford to look after. So let's do that. May I also mention, Honorable Minister, that the reference group representative for the Uganda UN Joint Adolescent and Youth Program, the chairperson, is also here with us. Atuhura, Jocelyn, can you wave to the people? Thank you for being here. Honorable Minister, before you came, the children had a poem. And one of them said, the miserable African child who eats meat once in a month. The African in a year. I made it easier. The other said, the African child who goes half naked without slippers, without shoes, without anything. The African child. And they went on and on. But today is a day of reflection. It's not a day of lamentation. We want to see what can be done. I've also noted here that the children, even here, when it has been shining, for me, they bring the umbrella. For the children, they don't bring the umbrella. For the UNHCR rep, they brought an umbrella. For the other children, they don't. Please, equity in treatment. Can I now invite the intergenerational dialogue to come and tell us? You have 20 minutes within which to do everything you must do. Mr. Chiza, can you bring the people on the intergenerational dialogue? Are they there? Okay, we can skip that. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? So, my name is Diogene Niyomugabe. I am from Rwanda, and I'm 15 years old. As well as you had done the preparatory event yesterday for this Day of African Child celebration, that children highlighted different issues that they think that they face in the sector of education. They did also highlighted the issues or problems they need to be asking different stakeholders who will be here today, and I think they are present. That is why I'm here to be asking some questions which was highlighted by children yesterday. It is not from my mind. That is highlighted by children from African countries who was present yesterday. So the first question is to be asked the African Committee of the experts on the rights and the welfare. The first question is to be asked the African Committee of the experts on the rights and the welfare of the child. It goes, the African Union had been commemorating the Day of African Child since 1991. What difference do such commemorations make in the education sector of different member states? I will need one of experts here to be answering my question, so I can.
And thank you. We expect a brief answer, and they are taking the mic to the chairperson of the committee of experts.
So I will wait. they can do that. So the time is now. We don't need for the coming. Yeah, I would invite that working on techniques to bring the microphone for one of experts to answer this question, so I can go on the next.
Okay, I'm answering the first question that says the African Union has been commemorating DAC since 1991. What difference do such commemorations make in the education sector of different member states? The Day of the African Child, since its establishment in 1991, is celebrated with various themes. The committee each year selects a theme in consultation with the children. The theme is also further adopted by the Executive Council of the African Union. Since the inception of the day, this is the second time we are having the theme on education. In 2014, the theme was a child-friendly and compulsory education for all children in Africa. This year, the theme is education for all children in Africa. The time is now. We should remember that this theme is in alignment with the African Union 2024 theme, which says, educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. The committee monitors implementation through state party reports. The committee did a brief assessment of the reports submitted since 2014 to identify best practices, success, and remaining challenges. Looking at the state party reports received since 2014, some of the progress reported by states include increased adoption of laws and policies on free and compulsory primary education, as well as reminding the states to ensure that they should also act for early years by ensuring that we consider early childhood development. And we have seen that early childhood development education, and we have seen that improvement in many of our states. We also encourage students to adopt policies for inclusive education for children with disabilities and special needs. And we have seen such improvements in some of the states. Introduction of school feeding programs, there's been success in that. Improvement in gender parity, and we have seen some of the states, for example, Uganda has made sure that children who are experiencing teenage pregnancy are not disadvantaged in terms of accessing education. Then we have also seen increase in introduction in vocational program. I think this area also takes into consideration students who do not only excel in academically, but also who can do well in vocational, activities. There's also been progress in teacher training to ensure that children have quality education. And there has also been increased budget in education. And in that area, we encourage states to put into practice some of the regional and international agreements that have been done by states. For example, we encourage states that agreements such as the Tashkent UNESCO agreements are put into practice to ensure that 10% of their budget is allocated to education, including early childhood development education. But we should not, we should consider that countries have also reported persistent challenges in their state party report. For example, we know that some states continue to have challenges in terms of secondary education. Secondary education is not free in many of the countries, but we encourage states to ensure that education is free at all levels of study. There is also a high dropout rate for schools due to various factors, including religious and cultural factors. And we are saying that states should also consider, reviewing such kind of, challenges to ensure that children are not hindered from accessing education as a result of such kind of barriers. And we are also saying that there is a budgetary fluctuation in the resources allocated for education, as in some areas the budget for education reduces. And we are encouraging states that they should consider increasing the budget in education. There is a reported challenge on quality of education and teacher training. Teacher training. Therefore, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child provides recommendation to member states following the consideration of their reports. Some of the key recommendations of the committee, as I've mentioned, including increased budget in education, ensuring that primary education and secondary as well as early childhood education are free, and that there is no indirect cost as attached to it. For example, I know that in some states, you'll find that they will say that they are providing free education, but then students or parents are expected to pay some of the indirect fees, such as development fees in schools. And we are saying that it should be free. Free should mean free indeed. And progressively ensure free secondary education, as I've mentioned. And we also encourage states to ensure that quality education is also provided by ensuring that the infrastructure is in good condition, and that school materials are also provided in schools. I hope I've answered your questions there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. But you didn't tell us your name.
Sorry about that. I'm Poloko Naget Nswarang. I'm a member of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Children, and I'm a special rapporteur of education. Special rapporteur, in simple terms, it can mean the secretary or the leading person in that area. And I'm originally from Botswana. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I need you to give the enough round of applause to the Honorable for his answers, which is written in contents, and I think it is true. A round of applause for her. I would like to ask the follow-up question after receiving the best answers of the first. How can the African Union support member states to improve the access and quality of education? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I think the questions had been answered, and the answers had been noted. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
So what's your name once again?
My name is Diogene Niyomugabe from Rwanda.
We have the next speaker, and she's from Egypt. Please, you're most welcome.
Hi, this is Jessica from Egypt, and today I'm representing children, African children, North African children, and I'm a member of Manara Network and of Egyptian Coalition for Children Rights. And I'm going to propose my question to UNICEF. So, given the diverse challenges faced by children in Africa, such as the lack of education infrastructures and educational materials, and also trained teachers, what strategy can initiatives in UNICEF currently implementing of planning to enhance the quality and accessibility of education for children across Africa? I'm going to repeat the question, okay? Given the diverse challenges faced by children in Africa, such as lack of educational infrastructure educational materials, and train teachers. What strategic and initiatives in UNICEF currently implementing of planning to enhance the quality and accessibility of education for children across Africa? For
Thank-
UNICEF.
Thank you very much for the question. My name is Patrick Musibi. I'm a child protection specialist with UNICEF, and I'm based in Kampala. And I would like to address the question that you have posed to me. So, just to reframe it again, it says, given the diverse challenges faced by children in Africa, such as lack of infrastructure, educational materials, and trained teachers, what strategic initiatives is UNICEF currently implementing or planning to enhance the quality and accessibility of education for children across the continent? In response, UNICEF has several strategic initiatives to improve the quality and accessibility of education in Africa. And some of these include joining forces with the African Union to prioritize education in 2024. We also develop guidance notes to support safe school operation during cholera outbreaks. We are investing in pre-primary education here in Uganda. We are promoting the use of renewable energy in health and education facilities. We are mapping learning and earning opportunities. We are encouraging inclusive education for all children in Lesotho. We are supporting this Schools for Africa initiative, and we are encouraging leaders to recommit to education, health, and well-being of adolescents and young people. So if we look at all this collectively, we find that we are, whatever it is that we are doing, goes towards improving the quality of education and also at the same time increasing access to education or inclusive education, not only for the able, but also for children who are living with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes to the UNHCR. And the question, my name is Anyesa Guess, and I'm from Uganda, Boyale Town Council, and I'm 17 years. And my question goes to the UNHCR. And my question is, with the increase in humanitarian crises in Africa, many children find themselves out of school. UNHCR plays a key role in ensuring the realization of their rights, especially the right to education. Now the question is, how can UNHCR and the entire humanitarian system ensure that existing education programs are sustained in the face of reduction in funding? I repeat, how can UNHCR and the entire humanitarian system ensure that existing education programs are sustained in the face of reduction in funding?
Thank you so much, children, for the question to UNHCR and all the humanitarian actors. I observe all protocol, and these children have observed it very right that the fundings are going down, which is very true. I'm Nancy Lalweng, the Assistant Education Officer based in Sub-Office Ajumani,
UNHCR, the cameras are getting trouble. capturing you. Can you move a little in the center to enable them, but also remind us what UNHCR means for the children to understand and what it does?
Thank you so much, the MC. UNHCR stands for United Nations High Commissioner for the Refugees. UNHCR is the refugee agency that supports the protection of refugees through all sectors, including education, which we are discussing now. For the question raised, it is a very critical one. And as I stand here, I would like us to reflect on the children that we have left behind. They are not on this ground. They are in the settlement. They are in the villages. And let us reflect on them, because those are the most needy children. They still require our education support. And I would like to present this or in response to that question. As UNHCR, together with all the humanitarian agencies, currently, we are working on integration as a way of sustainability. We are advocating with the government of Uganda specifically to code and take over our schools. Currently, we have a number of schools that were taken over by the government and coded, and they are being grant aided by the government. Thanks goes to the Ministry of Education and Sports for supporting the refugee inclusion. This will help us in sustainability once the actors go away. Secondly, we have registration of all students, both refugees and nationals, into the Education Management Information System. These refugees are not segregated. All of them are registered into the system of the government, and this helps in the planning. And at the end of the day, that is sustainability. We have in Uganda what is called the Education Response Plan, and this is the book. It is a plan for all districts that are hosting refugees, and it caters for both the refugee and the host community children in the education service. So all the services are provided alike to both refugees and the nationals. This is an aspect of sustainability once the actors go away. We also have the National Development Plans. This is the National Development Plan 4, and we also have the District Development Plan 4, where all actors provide input into them. Refugee needs are factored in this development, district development plans, so that the government plans for the refugees and the nationals alike. So this is also another aspect of sustainability. At the grassroots, at the community level, we always tell our school administrators that education in refugee setting is not for profit making. Therefore, we discuss with school administrators and regulate on fees charged in schools so that they are not exorbitant for the refugees to afford. Therefore, this is a sustainability. You get a student who is very vulnerable and tells you that I'm very happy because there is reduced fees in this school and I can go and do manual labor for 4 days and I'm able to pay my fees. This is a true sustainability approach that we are implementing in our community there. When I talk of livelihood opportunities by the different actors is to support households, support their children in education in a sustainable manner. So all the livelihood activities that actors provide to the refugees and host communities are a way of sustaining education in the face of the dwindling resources. We also have community mobilization, sensitization through dialogue and other meetings. Here we have education structures like the village education committees that help in sensitizing the parents to mobilize and take their children to school. This is also another aspect of sustainability because one day the partner will not be here. In the spirit of the Global Compact on Refugees, we still continue advocating for donors and other countries to support the education of refugees in the different countries in a sustainable manner so that once the partners leave, the refugees are very strong, are empowered and resilient to support the education of their children. We also look at employing refugees. Currently, we are advocating for government to license teachers who are refugees and they are qualified so that they are able to be employed in any of the schools in our country here. And this is also, in the long run, strengthening sustainability. So, children who formulated this question, I'm very grateful to you because you have thought it wise. I now encourage all children to join hands and work with the partners that are providing education services in their schools, in their communities, so that you also complete and tomorrow you replace us. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you for the response. Once again, my name is Agnes Gas from Uganda. Thank you very much.
Our dear children are wondering that they are not getting enough clap.
Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Brianna et je viens du Burundi et j'ai 14 ans.
She said that her name is Kwizera Brianna. She is 14 years and she's from Burundi. My name is Pasilia Chol. I'm here to translate her questions in English.
J'ai quelques questions pour le gouvernement de l'Ouganda. La première question, c'est ça. Comment l'Ouganda peuvent-ils mettre davantage l'accent sur l'éducation inclusive? La deuxième question, qu'est-ce que le gouvernement ougandais fait pour s'assurer que l'égalité des genres dans les écoles est respective? Et la deuxième question, qui est la dernière plutôt, que prévoit le gouvernement pour garantir une mise en œuvre maximale de politiques d'éducation en place? Merci.
She said that I'm here to ask some questions to the government of Uganda. The first question is, how can Ugandan government enhance its focus on inclusive education? That's the first question. The second question, what has government done to ensure there is gender equality in schools? What is government planning to ensure that there is maximum implementation of policies on education that are in place?
All protocol observed. Thank you very much for the questions. And I'm going to respond to the first question. How can African governments enhance their focus on inclusive education? Ladies and gentlemen, the government has focused on ensuring that we have inclusive policies and guidelines to ensure that our education takes on the needs of all categories of learners under the different vulnerabilities. And as a country, we have guiding legal frameworks that guide us to ensure that we have the right policies in place to foster inclusive education. And that does not leave behind our Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that emphasizes the right to education, the right to protection, the right to health services, and many other rights. And as a country, we have also assented to other international frameworks that ensure that we have inclusive education. And I believe that also helps to guide us in terms of having a focus on inclusive education. As a country, when I look at the education sector, we have policies in place. That is the Education Act. And the Education Act is informing us on how inclusive we need to consider the different categories of our learners and, of course, our roles and responsibilities in the different categories that are supposed to work with us to be able to ensure that our learners access education in its inclusivity. We have our Public Finance and Management Act that ensures that we have inclusive or gender and equity inclusive education allocation in terms of budget, in terms of the different strategies that we need to put in place to ensure that education is inclusive. And definitely, we also have what we call the Gender in Education policy that supports us to demystify some of the gender barriers that affect education of our learners. And this takes on enforcing or emphasizing the issue of having all our learners in the different vulnerabilities in our schools and be able to stay in school and complete school. We also have different policies that guide the enrollment at the different levels. We have the UPE and USE guidelines that ensure that our learners are within the schools, and our key principle is leaving no one behind. So that is what guides us to ensure that we have inclusive education within our schools. One of my colleagues talked about the Education Response Plan. This is a key document for us within the refugee context to ensure that the learners in the refugee context are also not left behind, regardless of the different vulnerabilities. That is what I have to say for question 1. And then the second question was looking at what has government done to ensure gender equality in our schools. Ladies and gentlemen, like I indicated earlier, we have what we call the Gender in Education policy. And the Gender in Education policy is our guiding tool, which comes from the National Gender Policy. The Gender in Education policy helps us to come up with clear strategies on how to support, to ensure there is gender equality within our schools in terms of enrollment, in terms of the facilities within our schools, in terms of retention and completion, and of course, improving of the learning outcomes. Also in line with that, we have the strategy on gender in education. And the Gender in Education policy as strategy enables us to implement the different guidelines of the gender policy. As a sector, we have been able to come up with, to do a gender and equity audit of the sector. And in this regard, we have been able to inform the different interventions that we have within our schools in terms of retaining our learners, those that have been able to drop out, and those that are within the hard-to-reach areas, the learners with special needs, the learners that are in different categorizations like the Batwa, the Ike. We have been able to come up with guidelines to support them to come back to school. The learners that are in the regions where we have the negative social norms and practices affecting them, we have different policies and strategies able to support them to stay in school. For example, the boarding schools in Karamoja region that are able to enable us to keep the learners within the school without them interfacing a lot of harm. We also have the need for us to be able to comply in terms of ensuring that the Public Finance and Management Act is adhered to in terms of the different gender and equity aspects. If it is in terms of the teachers within our schools, we have the National Teacher Policy, and this helps us to have better teachers within our schools, better teaching and learning approaches, continuous support to the teachers and motivation. And we also have guidelines on the school facilities. If it is the classrooms, how are they supposed to be constructed to take on the needs of our learners with special needs? If it is the washrooms, how are they supposed to be constructed in terms of allocation for both the boys and the girls, and of course the teaching and non-teaching staff? And then within the schools, we are also looking at transformative approaches to be able to engage the communities, our parents as key stakeholders, to enable us retain our learners within the school, and also enable them appreciate the value of education for all categories of learners. And those are key aspects where we do not leave any child behind. As government of Uganda, we have the prevention and management guidelines to prevent teenage pregnancy and support re-entry of learners into the school setting. And I believe this is part of the key gender equality aspects, where we have all our girls coming back to school even after giving birth. The second chance that we provide to them is one of the key factors that enables them to come back to school and attain a meaningful education. The review of the curriculum is another issue which takes on the inclusive aspects, the life skills, and our ability to be able to help our learners comprehend without actually going through a lot of examinations, but be able to understand the different aspects as they learn. Finally, I would like to also talk about the accelerated education programs, which we have introduced mainly in the refugee context, where we have our learners being able to come back to school, attain a bridging education for them to be able to either join the formal system or be able to continue to other institutions like the vocational training institutions. Some of these key aspects enable our learners to stay in school and not leave them behind. Finally, I would love to look at the recently approved early childhood and care policy, which takes on the leads of our learners right at the foundational level. And in this way, we are able not to leave any child behind. And in this case, we have the children at the foundation being able to attain a meaningful education and also being able to be protected and being able to speak for themselves at that foundational level. And ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda cannot do this alone, but with concerted or joint effort, we are able to work together. We utilize the structures that we have at the different levels to be able to attain some of the gains that we have had as a sector at the different levels, right from the foundational years to the higher educational levels. We are also working with our partners because, like I said, government cannot do it alone. But together with our partners, we are able to attain much more at the different educational levels. And of course, the different structures for us to be able to monitor what we have implemented and come up with evaluation mechanisms to improve the status quo. That is key for us. And of course, the learning materials and the different strategic direction we need to mobilize resources. Thank you very much.
Je m'appelle Brianna et je vous remercie d'avoir répondu à mes questions. Merci.
To say that once again, my name is Kwizera Brianna, and thank you for answering my questions.
All protocols remain observed. My name is Pony Evelyn, a Ugandan. I'm very happy for this occasion, and the time is now. I have the questions that are going to the civil society organizations. I think you pick me well. The first question goes, okay, before I go through, I'm going to ask the two questions and they will all be answered at the same time. The first question goes, how can the civil society organization contribute to improving access and quality education in Africa? The second question goes, how can we ensure that they are more accountable to government and communities? As the time is now, it's not the matter of us only talking, but if these things we're putting on are being put into considerations, then we think to time to come, the next generation will not suffer in what we are talking about. Because per now, as I can see, to some time to come, we shall see that there is none who will be called a child. Because you find someone of 18 years is already having a child. Then who will be called a child? So this is the end of my questions. I'm asking for the person who is coming to answer me. The civil society organization.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is God from SJ, and I'm the Senior Policy and Advocacy Manager for the International Rescue Committee. Yeah, so thank you very much for the wonderful questions, the children. So I think I will not take much of the time. I will just go straight to answering the questions. So how can the civil society contribute to increasing access to education? Yeah, so I think the civil society, of course, and also the NGO actors have a big role to play in ensuring that there is access to education for the children. So as we all know that the civil society contributes to the work of the government, and we add in to what government is doing. For instance, in schools, we know that we have challenges on facilities. So the CSOs and the NGOs have the role to play in ensuring that there are facilities for the learners. Also, some of the challenges that have been highlighted on include the issues of teacher-learner ratio. So even the CSOs can contribute in facilitating some of the teachers in these schools. There's an important point that I want to mention, especially with regard to access, is access to ECD services or early learning and pre-primary education. We all know that the early years really count a lot and they matter. So pre-primary education is very, very important. So the CSOs have a role to ensure that the children can access quality ECD services. So they have some resources and finances that they can invest in ensuring that the children can have access to ECD services. For instance, I will just give an example of the project that we have, which is called Kulea Watoto. I think you have seen one of our banners here on Kulea Watoto project. So we support the children to access quality ECD services, and these include the refugee children, but also the children from the host communities. So what we do is to ensure that these children can have quality ECD services to the schools that are near them. Of course, we know that most of the learning of the ECD centers are private, so we support them. We also support their parents by giving them livelihood support. And we call this using a two-generation approach or a dual-generation model, where we support not only the learner, but also support the parent with livelihood support, so that this parent has the capacity to continue taking this child to school. And this also helps on sustainability. We have been discussing issues of sustainability. If the parents or the primary caregivers are empowered, it means that there will be continued access for these children to the education services. And we all know that when ECD is highly supported, then the children can progressively continue with education, even at higher levels, in primary, in secondary, and all the next levels. So civil society can always mobilize resources. Of course, that is our job, and the NGOs mobilize resources and invest in education. Like I mentioned, ECD services are also really very, very important. But also in terms of the quality, government always comes up with the policies, but also like the frameworks, the curriculum. CSOs and the NGOs have some expertise, and this is where they can come in to contribute to these documents to ensure that the learning frameworks, the curriculum, they also have their input and they support and contribute to the work of government. How can they be accountable? It is important that the civil society and NGOs are really accountable to the communities, but also the people they serve and the government. So in IRC, for example, we have what we call the client feedback mechanism, where we ensure that the people we serve can report to us about the nature of work or the services that we're giving them, and we are accountable. They can question us, they can ask us to make some improvements, but also we can speak to them on the nature of services that we give them, so that we are accountable to the communities, but also working collaboratively with the government actors in implementation of these interventions for education. For instance, if it is to monitor the schools, if it is to monitor where projects for education are being implemented, it is important that we have the government on board, part of our team in the monitoring, to ensure that the services that are given are of high quality. So in a nutshell, it is important that the CSOs and NGOs mobilize more resources to invest in education, but also, once again, it is important that we take pre-primary education and ECD access very, very importantly if we want to have the learners progress from the first level to other levels of education. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for answering the questions. I think you revised your needs, so thank you very much. But this one goes to the MC. Today is the day of children, but instead they are limiting our time. They're not giving us chance to express ourselves. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Pimer Edith Blessing. I'm from Chigumba Intensive Secondary School. I'm 17 years old and I'm a proud Ugandan. I'm an African child, so we have heard from all the policymakers. I want us to hear from us, the children. I'm welcoming the children. I have two questions for us, the children. The first question is, yesterday you had a long discussion on the barriers to quality education in Africa. What should African governments do different to ensure all children go to school and complete all levels of education?
Well, our distinct guests are all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Barunjo John, a proud African, a Ugandan studying from Chigumba Intensive Secondary School. Well, there's a lot to that question, but I'm going to answer from the view of the resources allocated. If the government wants all the children to acquire full education and in its proper amount and all levels, they should allocate more resources on education. For instance, we have a scenario whereby the national budget of Uganda, out of the 72 trillions, only 2 trillions are on education. You can imagine. Defense has 9. So when will education be better? If others need. So if governments want better education for every Africa, every government should allocate more funds on education and make it a priority to achieve from it. Secondly, we have curriculum design. Yes, we thank you. You've put schools in place. You've trained teachers. Oh yes, we appreciate that. But is the curriculum persuasive enough to persuade us children to come and intervene in education? We are living in an era whereby talent needs to be supported. We have different talents, but is the curriculum supporting our talents? Yes, in Uganda we have been having an old curriculum that was there for 100 and plus years from 1920s. You can imagine that trains someone to be someone's slave, to be an employee of a European. You can imagine to something that they have upgraded it, that we have a new curriculum, but is it like the way it was structured? That's the question to everyone here. Is the new curriculum working to the norms that it was upgraded to conform to? We are saying that. I'm sorry. That. And any other Ugandan is also saying that. The curriculum is structured. There's no support of talent. Yet we know in this era of education, we need to create things that persuade children's mind, because anything that a child will do comes from persuading them. So I beg to stop there. But a wise man once said that education, a child without education is like a bird without wings. So if we are to develop wings, I think the time is now. Let's pick up from there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, my colleague. By the name, I'm called Simiyu Daniel, a student of Kiryandongo Secondary School, Kiryandongo District, Uganda. I would like to supplement on my colleague what he has spoken about. I'm going to talk about improving infrastructure development. Actually, in Uganda, most rural schools are completely poor. They set schools, but the infrastructure they put there, they are completely down. You find students learning under trees, and they expect quality education to be achieved in such area. So, government, if you need us to access that value of quality education, please ensure that there is proper provision of infrastructures in those areas, and extend schools to all areas in Africa, because some areas have completely no schools. Sanitary equipments are missing. Health facilities are missing. So what do you expect from such schools? When they perform poorly, you say, you start complaining, our teachers, but it is you, government. I would like to also talk about monitoring and evaluation. Yes. Monitoring and evaluation. You have put these schools in place, but you are not monitoring what is exactly in the schools. You find that for us, we are facing a lot of challenges in classrooms, but these inspectors come and enter a head teacher's office, only they leave. But the challenges which are inside the class, you are not seeing them. So, how shall we express our feelings to you when you are not reaching to us? So, please, if you need us to access quality education, reach to us who are in classrooms. Ask us, how are we attaining this education? We shall tell you the right information. Don't just go for allowances for head teachers. This policy is also that you put across. You say we have put this policy to guide education. Those policies are scarecrows. They don't do anything. You only put there to people to read, but you have never implemented. You said this policy, but you don't implement the policy. So as pupils struggling and students struggling for education, we need you to improve on that. Thank you so much. I remain as Simiyu Daniel, a student of Kiryandongo Secondary School, Kiryandongo District, Uganda, for God and my country.
Thank you so much for. Thank you so much for answering those questions. Our second question is, how can you support fellow children to remain in school and complete their education?
My name is Maximilian Franklin Megolonyo, studying at Oche Campion Jesuit College in Uganda. This is a question that goes to everyone, all the children here. How do you support fellow children? We can support them by encouraging them to go to school. We can make school a better place. We can make school a safe place, a place where other children feel they really belong. How do we do this? One, we must stop bullying. We must care about other children. So if we are going to do this, we must advise them, we must teach them that staying in school is good. We must stop bullying. We must cater for other children's feelings. In this way, we will make children feel that school is a good place. With this, thank you.
All protocols remain observed. My name is Kubana Doris, a student of Panyadoli Self-Help Secondary School, 16 years old. I'm from South Sudan. So I would like to implement on what my colleague has said. Here, how we shall help our fellow children to I will support our fellow children to succeed in their education in the following ways. In the following, sensitizing the following people on the importance of education. Now, these are the following people: parents, leaders at large, and children themselves. Here we are sensitizing them on the importance of education, basically because education is the key to success, and the time is now. I still remain Kubana Doris.
Thank you very much. So we have heard from everyone, all the stakeholders, but we want one more thing. As children, we have spoken today, but we want to see the effects of all that has been said after this meeting. In conclusion, education is the passport to the future. Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So the time is now. Thank you.
These are the voices from the children, our dear children from Africa. Our dear chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, the children are getting just only one item, and they have been insisting that it is their day. Well, we agree, but they are giving you their position paper. Yesterday, they convened at the district local government conference center here in Kiryandongo, chief guest, and they came up with issues that they want to present to you as the chief guest, and then they will retreat. Thank you very much for accepting. Please, you're welcome, children. Be very quick.
Good afternoon, Africa. How are we all doing? All right. First of all, I would like to call upon the children from other African countries who are here. Those from Cameroon, Lesotho, from all of you. All of you, please. You come and join us from behind. Is that all we have? All right. Thank you so very much. I am Lamin Jao, a child from the Gambia. I am attending Nyani Upper and Senior Secondary School. And then we are here to present our position paper. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the protocols observed, the children of Africa around, a very warm humble regards to you all this afternoon. I'm by the name Anying Ellen Okelo, a child from Uganda, a student at Kibanda Secondary School in Kiryandongo. I'm in senior 4 class, age 17. I'm so delighted to have this golden moment to express myself before the entire world. So, at this juncture, I would like to ask for your attention so that you analyze what you are doing here critically.
Very much, Your Excellencies and Honorables, all calls duly and respectfully observed, children of Africa. Afternoon once again. So we, the children of Africa, here to share with you our views on the theme of this year's.
Yes, we are changing the mic, but the media allow the chief guest to be able to see what's going on. Kindly, can you occupy other positions and ensure that the chief guests are able to know what's going on?
All right. We, the children of Africa, are here to share with you all our views on this year's theme of the Day of the African Child, which says education for all children in Africa. The time is now.
Yesterday, on the 15th June, at Kiryandongo local government headquarters in Uganda, we held a children engagement with representatives of children from various countries of Africa. And the countries include Uganda, Lesotho, Gambia, South Sudan, Burundi, Rwanda, Egypt, and Cameroon.
In the process, we realized that a large number of children in Africa are not in school due to some challenges like not having enough school and teachers, not getting to school easily, and not making schools safe and improving schools to include all children from different backgrounds.
In addition to that, not getting school easily, and these challenges include not getting to school easily. And under this, here were some of the challenges we noticed. To hit the nail on the hammer, poor roads, which makes education difficult in Africa, especially in rural areas. For example, children in Egypt spend a lot of money to reach their schools. In addition to that, I would like to talk about poverty. Some parents in Uganda are so poor that they cannot afford to pay the school fees. To make the entire August house alert, I would like to talk about limited and unstable internet connection, especially in rural areas. To keep the flow, I would like to talk about climate problems. Climate problems like floods, volcanic eruptions, and many others, which makes it hard for us to go to school. For example, you find like in case of this earthquake is to occur, the children will not be able to access and to attain the necessary skills they are supposed to pursue in order to have a brilliant future. And as we all know that African education is in line with the United Nations, embracing goal number 4. If I talk about goal number 4, here I mean we are investing in quality education in order to improve on our standard of living. addition to that, I would like to talk about lack of enough infrastructures. In some places, children are still studying under trees, or a classroom without roofs, desks, and this makes learning not to be efficient for them. Furthermore, I would like to talk about political instability. For example, in South Sudan, Congo, Central Republic of Africa, Somalia, and many other countries within Africa. To keep on that, I would like to talk about negative cultural norms and practices. For example, early child marriage, female genital mythology, beliefs in, and this makes people not to believe in girl child education. That's why we are calling for the government to invest now in education. To conclude, I would like to talk about inadequate resources to improve access and quality of education. Allocations to education sectors across Africa countries is not enough to cater for all the learning needs of the children in schools.
Ladies and gentlemen, to transition from that, yesterday's engagement also discovered another compounding issue of education in Africa, which is not having enough schools and teachers. And under this, we discovered that there are few teachers in schools, there is inadequate supervision by stakeholders like the government, the communities, and parents in schools. There is not enough infrastructure, example of libraries, laboratories, lights, and even enough water. And also, some parents do not value education.
To keep the ball rolling, I would like to talk also about some additional challenges around making our schools safe. Under here, we have noticed the following: violence against child in school, overcrowding in classes, corporal punishment in schools, discriminations by teachers in some African countries based on race, gender, religion, and disability. As you can see before you here, there are students who are willing to also have a brilliant future, but they are disabled. So we call upon the government to invest in these children so that they can also attain better education in a conducive environment.
In addition to those problems, here is another one, which is lack of improvement in schools to include all children from different backgrounds. And under this, we have some teachers are still using old teaching methods of imparting knowledge into children. Also, there is limited meaningful participation of children in issues affecting them. There is also limited funding for government schools. There is mental health problems affecting children's education. Some cannot even concentrate in class due to the stress they have. Also, there is embezzlement of funds which are meant to improve education in Africa. It's a continental problem. There is also law enforcement of laws and policies to improve educational services in Africa.
With due honor, ladies and gentlemen, do not lose heart. We the children have also put forward some recommendations that we believe, if put in action, Africa as a continent will shine in education, and the time is now.
And here, we call upon the AU member states to, first of all, allocate sufficient budget for education, to also increase the quality of education by training teachers, to ensure that education is free and compulsory across Africa, to improve school infrastructures to facilitate proper learning, and also to provide mentorship programs to train enough qualified teachers, also to embrace technology in schools, and also increase the household incomes, and also very importantly, to invest in budget allocation to school feeding programs across Africa.
To stand at a kinetic angle, we call upon the African Union, the African Children's Committee, to promote peace among the member states and also encourage the member states to put education first in all African states.
We further implore the civil society organizations to support the African Union member states in improving the quality of education and ensuring that all children are in school, and also to provide support in the constructions of schools in rural areas, and also to educate our parents about the values of education.
To hit the hammer on the nail, we also call upon our parents to provide us with scholastic materials. And also we call for their participation in our school activities. And finally, we also ask parents to create their time to come and understand our learning.
At this juncture, I have this to say. Fellow children, please let us listen to our parents and teachers. Please let us avoid bad peer groups. And we also call upon all children who have dropped out of school to come back to school and continue their education. We also encourage those in school to work harder for a brighter future.
To make the August House alert, in conclusion, we, the children of Africa, thank Uganda for hosting this year's Day of the African Child in Kiryandongo district and providing us with opportunity to share our ideas with other children from other continents. We hope that our views will be considered.
All right, you all repeat this after me or we rhyme it together. We, the children of Africa, end by saying that education for all children in Africa, the time is now. The time is now. The time is now. All right. All right, I'm not ready for now.
Honorable, our chief guest, our dear chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now, as the children say, and they are humbly requesting you, dear chief guest, together with the honorable state ministers next to you, and the Honorable Wilson Adao, the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, to kindly come in front and they hand over their message to you, Honorable Chief Guest, and then they also request that you give them time. They also get pictures with you. We thank you very much, our guest of honor, for accepting. Please come in front. And please, you join, come slowly here and you join these people who are going to present the, our chief guest. Come close, come close. Yeah, our chief guest loves children. Please feel free, and if you can hug and talk to her. She's so free with you. Thank you for really accepting to join the children as they their position paper. You'll again talk. Paper. Where are you, the two of you? Yeah, so please have the microphone and present to the chief guest. Are we all here, dear children? Okay. Yeah, honorable guest, you first come front. Just come here, then with the witnesses, the chairperson, and the honorable state ministers. I don't see Honorable Barugahara. Oh, could you come closer here? Okay, sir.
So I have the honor to present this to our chief guest of honor. Yes. Where is the other document?
Okay, with due honor, on behalf of all the African children, allow me to present this document before the chief guest.
Thank you very much, dear children. Thank you very much, guests, for receiving the document, and we can go back.
Thank you very much, the children of Africa, for making such powerful speech, but also for asking the questions. I saw people sweating, but they have ably answered the questions. Children, thank you. Clap for yourselves for asking very pertinent questions. And the elders also clap for yourselves that you have ably answered the questions. Honorable Minister, our chief guest, you know very well, and you have always advised us to work with people, to work with different agencies of government. And Honorable Minister, I want to report to you that this function has been put together in that spirit. Can I request one person from all the UN agencies here to come, introduce yourself, and wave to the minister? Then after that, I'll request members of civil society organizations who are here, who have done a tremendous job for this international day, the Day of the African Child, to also step forward, introduce yourself, and wave to the chief guest. Can I start with UN agencies? Can you come en masse? UN agencies, come en masse. We are saving time. UNHCR, UNICEF, and all the others. Just come and say who you are and what you do, and wave to the chief guest. Then civil society organizations.
Thank you so much, our guest of honor, Honorable Minister, and all protocol observed. My name is Mystica Acheng. I work as a UNICEF Head of Office based in Arua Zonal Office that covers the Greater North, West Nile, and Bunyoro. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. My name is Patrick Musibi. I'm a child protection specialist, and I work with UNICEF in Kampala, focusing on child protection in emergencies. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. My name is Vincent Gule. I'm Senior Protection Officer working with UNHCR in Germany, and we cover this location. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Lalwen is my name, Assistant Education Officer at UNHCR based in Germany, covering Germany, Obongi, Lamour, and Kiryandongo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You can take your seats. These are the UN agencies that are here that we have worked with. Can I invite the civil society organization, one person per agency? Just come, mention your organization, and say your name. Mr. Opobo, I expected you to come very fast because you have walked this journey with us, and you can come with the body chair of AfriChild. Civil society organization, I don't want you to quarrel that Mondo didn't introduce us. Come and introduce yourselves in your own words.
Thank you very much, MC, Honorable Minister, and our chief guest and honorable ministers of state present, our chairperson, committee of experts, and all dignitaries. My name is Timothy Opobo, and I work as the executive director of the AfriChild Center, and we are partners with government on this function. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. My name is Stella Ayo Odongo. I sit on the board of AfriChild, and today I'm representing the chairperson of AfriChild. But I also work for the Coalition for Good Schools as a technical advisor.
Thank you so much. Protocol remain observed. My name is Oloya Walter. I work for Advocacy for Child Relief Uganda, program manager, sitting in Kiryandongo district. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. My name is Oyela Alba Olwen. I work for Refugee Law Project as the Gender and Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Officer, based here in Kiryandongo. You're all most welcome.
Good afternoon. I stand on the previous protocol. My name is Irene Kagoya, and I'm the Associate Director Advocacy with World Vision. And at World Vision, we remain committed to ensuring that all children have a good education, good health, that they live a decent life, and that they are able to be protected in all spaces where they engage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Jacqueline Nafuna is my name. I work with SOS Children's Villages. I coordinate a mental health program in schools. And at SOS, we provide alternative care to children who have lost parenthood. Thank you so much.
Our chief guest, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Calvin Okello. I work for the Forum for African Women Educationalists, FAWE Uganda, and here we work under the network of UNSCR, Uganda Child Rights Network, and we are grateful to be here on this day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. The chief guest, protocol observed. I'm Rachel Atuhaire. I work for TPO Uganda, Transcultural Psychosocial Organization. We do mental health and psychosocial support in Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Grace Nyoro. I work for Save the Children. And at Save the Children, we are a child rights organization working in collaboration with government to ensure that all children have the right to education, protection, and access to health services.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hope Opio. I work for the Lutheran World Federation. I'm here to represent the country director, Mrs. Chitanana Adriana.
All protocol observed. Jacqueline Hopo Mbabazi is my name. I work with Concern for the Girl Child here to represent our ED. Our heartbeat is education, and I serve under the NGO Network for Children's Rights, UCRNN. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Irene Lamaro Yet is my name. I work for Window International Uganda. Window International Uganda manages education in the refugee settlement, ensuring that learners get inclusive, quality education and that they study in a safe learning environment. Thank you very much.
All protocols observed. My name is Bernard Mugenzomo. I work with Bantwana Initiative Uganda. Bantwana works with the government of Uganda and works with all structures that ensure the well-being of all children. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patience Kemejisha. I work with Plan International in Uganda as the technical advisor for influencing and communications. Plan International advances children's rights to decide, to lead, to learn, and thrive.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Imailuk, Federation Manager of Masindi Child Development Federation, MACADEF. MACADEF is a child-focused organization. We do interventions in education, health, child protection, household economic strengthening, and other related interventions that support children to grow, care, and nurture them to be better citizens of this country. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ol Monica Poromon. I work with African Initiative for Relief and Development. We are logistic partner of UNHCR. We coordinate logistic. I'm so proud to work with IAD and UNHCR. Our work mainly is to coordinate logistic. The children, you are seeing them giving you good poems. We are the one who transported them to this ground.
Thank you
very much.
And the organization that have not joined in, please don't join now. Because you are not sure I invited you or not. Let me have only these.
Thank you so much, MC. My name is Charles Aporo. I work for FinChurch Aid. FinChurch Aid is an organization that responds to the needs of the needy. And here we're targeting the new arrivals. We're in a consortium with other 5 partners. We will be based here in Kiryandongo to respond issues of access, inclusive education, and system strengthening. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol remain observed. My name is Zaina Nakubura. I work for the Regional Psychosocial Support Initiative, that is REPSI, and we are mainstreaming mental health and psychosocial support into sexual reproductive health. We reach out to youth and adolescents in both the refugee and the host community. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Dilis Ekany. I work with Child Fund International as a child protection specialist. Child Fund is working with 9 implementing partners across the country to create meaningful changes in the lives of children in the areas of health, education, economic empowerment, disaster risk reduction, and women economic empowerment in the households where we have sponsored children of over 30,000 in numbers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Evelyn Apio. I work for Infectious Diseases Institute under the USAID OVC and Vulnerable Children Interregional Activity. OVC IRA supports households and children that are affected and infected with HIV/AIDS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next. Be very quick.
Dear Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, my name is God from SJ. I work for the International Rescue Committee, IRC. IRC supports the refugees and people affected by the crisis in the area of education, health, economic recovery, and livelihood. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for answering the question, Ebony. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Obed Gilbarton. I am the overseer of El Shaddai Child and Youth Development Center. That is a child and youth development project that is found in Chigumba in Kiryandongo district. And we support children together with our partners, Compassion International Uganda, their team here, in the area of education, health, and other psychosocial support.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols remain observed. By the names, I'm called Razia Yazid. I work with Y Global Uganda as a project officer for child art therapy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Pio is my name. I work for Norwegian Refugee Council. NRC supports persons who have been forced to flee. And currently, we are implementing protection, WASH, and education interventions. We are based in Kiryandongo. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Rajkara Emmanuel Ameda is my name. I work for We Take a Peace and Development Initiative. We are enabling peace and empowering youth in livelihood, education, and health. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Najtende Mary, Country Director, IK International. We do children and youth talent development, mentorship, and mental health. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guests of honor. My name is Dickens Sojamuge, and I work with an organization called Innovation and Impact Development Center, and we are promoting Real Fathers program, and we work with 4 partners. Positive parenting is very important, but also engaging children in play and learning is very important. Thank you.
Madam Guest of Honor, all protocol observed. My name is Wangera Godfrey, working with Compassion International, and our mission is to release children from poverty in Jesus' name, and we use the approach of ensuring that every child is known, loved, and protected. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Okello Peter Alphonse. I work for Y Global Uganda. Y Global is specifically dealt in psychosocial support, economic empowerment, child education, and TVET, that is the skilling of youth. God bless you.
I am Ochira Robinson. I work for Kiryandongo Video Advocates. We do general advocacy, including children's and adults.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear chief guests and honorable ministers. My name is Lydia Mubiru. I lead the team at Alias County, Uganda. Alias County, Uganda focuses on one of the most critical windows of opportunity, early childhood development, and we believe this is the critical action that Uganda has for making the future of this country much better. Thank you so much for the partnership.
Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alfred Ugik. I'm your servant, working at Centenary Bank, Voyale branch, and we stand to transform life. We love the partnership with government and these development partners. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Okwi Nelson. I work for an organization called African Youth Action Network. It's a refugee-led organization operating within the settlement. So I coordinate field activities and we deal in livelihood. Thank you.
All protocol remain observed. I'm called Taban Louis Simon, working for Uganda Red Cross Society. We look at the accompanying minor children. We try to trace for their family members. And we also do family reunification of the children within the settlement and further document transfer from the country of origin to the asylum seeker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Ladzo Patricia, working for Alliance Forum for Development. FOD is implementing SFP nutrition program in Kiryandongo district. Thank you.
All protocols observed. I'm Nachi Tomata. I work with PAG, General Child and Youth Development Center. We are the ones who are supporting children, part of the band that you saw. We train children, we support holistic development of children in education and all the other aspects of their life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, just a small microcosm of what we have and what makes us strong as government. We work in partnership with all these organizations. You have had directors, CEOs, heads of party. All these people, when you bring their efforts together, they make a real difference. But they have a head teacher. And their head teacher is Mr. Peter Damon Kamese, the executive director, UCRNN. But today is not here in that capacity. He's here in his capacity as regional civil society organization forum head. And so he's going to speak in that capacity. But before that, let me make a quick roll call of who is here. For now, Minister, we have Ethiopia. People from Ethiopia, stand up for recognition. If you come from Ethiopia, thank you very much. The people from Nigeria. Nigeria, are you there? I have failed to get the intonation. Nigeria, something like that. People from Kenya. Kenya, thank you very much. Rwanda. People from Rwanda. One of the youth here who has questions, she's there. People from Senegal. or Senegal? Senegal. Yes, thank you for being here. Eritrea. South Sudan. Sudan. Cameroon. Lesotho. The Gambia. The Gambia, yes. Rwanda. Zimbabwe. Thank you. Republic of South Africa. Republic of South Africa. One of the members of Secretariat is from Republic of South Africa. Thank you for being here. Angola. The chairperson of the Committee of Experts is from Angola. Thank you for being here. Ghana. The people from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. Malawi. Botswana. Botswana. Thank you. Egypt. Egypt, yes, big number there. Burundi. Burundi. Thank you very much. And we have any Ugandans here? Uganda. All right. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I now invite Mr. Peter Damon Kamese, Wamara Emunyoro from this region to come and talk to us. Mr. Kamese.
Our guest of honor, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, Minister of State for Youth and Children, Minister of State for Education, the chairperson and members of the African Committee of Experts present, with your secretariat, I stand on the existing protocol. As mentioned, my name is Damon Wamara, and I'm the Executive Director of Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, but I'm also the chairperson of the CSO Forum, the chairperson of the Board of Directors for the CSO Forum for the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. I bring greetings from the civil society organizations that work on children's rights from the continent of Africa and that are pushing for the implementation of the African Charter on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child. Madam Minister, as we start, I want to request that we take a moment of silence and remember the children that have not made it to this day to celebrate with us. Children that have been victims of conflict, famine, and other disasters. May we have a moment of silence. May their souls rest in eternal peace. It is with immense joy and profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the Day of the African Child. This day holds special significance as we come together to honor the potential dreams and the rights of every child on this continent. Our children are not just the future, they are the present. They are the vibrant thread that weaves together the rich fabric of our continent's heritage, culture, and promise. Today, we have reaffirmed our commitment to nurturing and protecting this most precious resource, our children. This year's theme, Education for All Children in Africa, the time is now, calls us to reflect on the progress we have made and to confront the challenges that still stand in our way. It reminds us that every child deserves more than just survival. They deserve to thrive, to develop, to learn, to be heard, and to be nurtured. Yesterday, Madam Minister, we had the privilege of engaging with and listening to the children discuss the African Charter, with particular focus on the right to education. This gathering was a significant opportunity to share insights, experiences, and strategies to ensure that every child in Africa can access quality education, a cornerstone for their development and empowerment. The discussions were enlightening and highlighted the critical role that education plays in breaking the cycles of poverty and inequality. We talked about the barriers that many of our children face, be it poverty, children, conflict, or discrimination, and how we as civil society organizations, governments, and communities can collaborate to overcome these challenges. We explored with them innovative approaches to make education more inclusive and accessible, leveraging on technology and community-based initiatives to reach the most marginalized children. As civil society organizations, our role is very critical. Our role is very crucial. We are the bridge between the communities and the policymakers, the voice of the voiceless, and the champions of the rights and justice. We must and will continue to advocate for policies that ensure every child has access to quality education. We must challenge practices and traditions that harm our children in this continent, and instead promote those that uplift and protect them. To the member states, we urge you to continue prioritizing children's rights in your policies and in your budgets. Invest in our children's education and well-being. For doing this, you are investing in a future for our nations. We also request and urge you to implement the laws that protect children from all forms of violence, exploitation, and neglect. We also ask and call upon you to look into the Safe Schools Declaration that was promised to all children. To fellow civil society organizations, the international organizations, and the UN systems, let us strengthen our collaborations. Let us strengthen our coordination. Let us also hold fast to our commitment to our employers, the children. Together, we can create a formidable force that drives sustainable change and ensures that no child is left behind. And to our children, our employers, our hope and our inspiration, I want you to know that your dreams matter. Your voices matter. You have the right to be heard, to be safe, and to learn and to play. But do not forget, you also have a responsibility. Believe in yourselves because we believe in you. Your courage, your creativity, your resilience are the sparks that will light up the future of Africa. Today, as we celebrate, let us also reflect on the stories of those children who are not with us, those who have suffered from conflicts from places like Sudan, Central Africa, and other places, DRC, or those that have challenges around poverty and other diseases. Those who cannot be in school for one reason or another, let their stories remind us of the urgency for our mission. Every child deserves a childhood filled with love, joy, and opportunities. In closing, let us commit to build an Africa where every child can grow in dignity, free from fear and want. An Africa where every child's potential is nurtured and allowed to blossom. This is our collective responsibility and collective promise. As the great teacher Nelson Mandela once said, the true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children. Thank you, and let us continue to work hand in hand for a brighter, a better, and a trusting future for our children that they deserve. Happy Day of the African Child. Thank you very much.
Feel free to hand over the statement to the chief guest, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Damon Wamara Peter Kamese, for that fine speech. Now, I welcome the UNICEF country representative to come and give us the speech. The UNICEF country representative.
Honorable Minister, Gender, Labor and Social Development,
Honorable Minister of State for Primary Education, Honorable Minister for State for Youth and Children, the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare on Children, and all experts here present, Kiryandongo, District Local Government Chairperson, the sister UN agencies, civil societies, distinguished, no, that's distinguished present. My speech was saying a very good morning, but now I will change it to a good afternoon to all of you. And a special greeting and thanks to all the children for the wonderful performances that they gave us, and for their statement and from the deliberations that they presented. It is truly my honor to be here with you today and celebrate the Day of the African Child. And I'm particularly inspired by the theme of this year's celebration, education for all children on Africa. The time is now. I have a long prepared speech, but I'm not going to read all of it. I will just want to ponder on a few challenges that were not mentioned by the preceding speakers. And those are that, you know, that we are implementing now, all of us, the Sustainable Development Agenda by 2030. And in the past 2 years, there were two important reviews that were done. One is directly linked with the performance of education globally, and that was the Transforming Education Summit. And then last year, there was also a high-level dialogue at the UN General Assembly, where a review of the progress of the SDGs was made. And this review of the SDGs 10 years after the start of the SDGs showed, unfortunately, that on many, almost all SDG, there is slow progress, and even some of the SDG targets have regressed below the 215 baseline. So that is a quite alarming situation that we are seeing. Why is this happening? The Transforming Education Summit has identified two main reasons. One is the increasing number of conflicts and crises, including climate-induced crises that are impacting the world and the world economy. Such crises have disrupted the education or reversed the education gains of more than 222 million children in the world. The second critical reason for the stalling of the implementation is linked with the underfinancing of education, again globally, but especially in low-income and low-middle-income countries, where it was found that to be able to achieve the SDGs, the goal on education, there is a need of substantial investment, and there is an annual gap of an estimated $100 billion that is needed. And then the investments from national budgets are also not up to the mark, especially in African countries and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, the goal being 20% of the budget, and we have lower investments. The quality of education is also suffering, again, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, which is a region that has been identified with the highest learning poverty, and the learning poverty being children of 10 years of age not being able to fully read a simple text or solve a math problem. And these challenges are affecting everyone, including Uganda. The challenges with out-of-school children were mentioned as well. The fact that the children are out of school, and some statistics for Uganda are indicating, the latest labor survey is indicating that 1 in 4 children in the age group 6 to 18 is engaged in some form of labor, which is not linked with household chores, it results also that some children end of having to be engaged in child labor. The violence against children is also something that is prevailing in all schools, and the number of teenage pregnancies is also quite high. So I will just move to some short recommendations for all of us, because achieving, achieving the well-being and development of children is our collective responsibilities of society, of state, of regional and international institutions, of governments and development partners. We have clear evidence that the investment in education, including in early years, produces not only better learning outcomes for children, but also contributes to children's success later in life, and also contributes to the country's economic development and prosperity. Therefore, three urgent actions are asked from all of us to be able to rapidly transform education in Africa. And these are, first, that education and educating every child must be a national budget priority for every government, with ambition of investment reaching and even surpassing the 20% of national budget benchmark, along with working on effectiveness and efficiencies in budget utilization. The leveraging of international public and private partnerships and resources is also key, as is also ensuring the equity of education spending and the service delivery that also need to improve to ensure that no child is left behind. Second, the quality of education should be prioritized with focus on improving foundational learning as a building block for all other learning. And then thirdly, we must ensure that the growing school-age population, as we know that Africa still has the demographic bulge, so that this growing school-age population is served by qualified and well-paid teachers. And then look at increase of funding for the recruitment, retention, and the professional development of teachers, as well as school support staff. In all these actions, of course, we look very much to the children, and we need to include them as our equal partners in the decision-making process. As it is aptly said by the theme of this year, Day of the Africa Child, we need to work to ensure quality education for all children of Africa. The time to act indeed is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the UNICEF country representative. At this time, allow me invite the continental partner representative. You're most welcome.
The Honorable Minister, Gender, Labor, and Social Development, the Honorable Minister, State, Youth, and Children Affairs, the Honorable Minister, State Primary Education, the Chairperson, African Committee of Experts, the Deputy Representative, UNICEF Uganda, Members of Parliament, the Local Council 5 Chairperson, Kiryandongo, all children present in our midst, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On this International Day of the African Child, I am honored and delighted to be part of an event that is spurred by the high value placed on children and their well-being in Uganda, indeed on the continent. It's significant that this event is situated in a refugee settlement. The symbolism of this location is such a strong statement about the commitment of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development toward remaining inclusive, toward redressing imbalances, and towards ensuring that all Uganda's children enjoy a quality education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, children have brought us together today, and this includes striking data and evidence on children residing in refugee settlements. The 2022 Uganda Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey, or the HVACS for short, is a first of its kind survey worldwide that focuses exclusively on a humanitarian context when it comes to violence against children. And from this survey of childhood experiences, we have confirmed that refugee settlements are an important context for violence prevention, given the large proportion of children in refugee settings who had their first experience of violence after their arrival in a settlement. We've also confirmed that refugee settlements are an important context for violence response. As in many other countries and settings, thank you, when children in refugee settlements in Uganda experience violence, they rarely disclose these incidents and they're unlikely to seek help or care, despite having a high knowledge of where to do so. As a result, we have a high proportion of children in refugee settings who are going under the radar, and at the same time, the data tell us that the vast majority of children in these settings, at least 90%, are enrolled in school. All of these factors provide some background information on the rationale for the school-based intervention that we'll be learning about later today, hopefully, and one that is geared toward responding to and preventing violence against children in refugee settlements. On behalf of the Baobab Research Program Consortium, I really want to thank the Department of Refugees, Office of the Prime Minister, for convening a 3-day humanitarian stakeholders workshop exactly a year ago to sensitize us to the findings from the 2022 Uganda HVACs, and to really give us time and space to collaboratively work through potential responses based on the evidence. I also want to congratulate the Ministry of Gender as the lead government partner for child protection, with support from the OPM, for their immediate action in response to these findings. Today affords us an opportunity to learn about the actions that these two government agencies have collaboratively taken to ensure that children's education is not hampered by traumatic events such as violence, and that all children enjoy the right environment and the right frame of mind for learning and for remaining in school. While I will not delve into the details of the action or this intervention, as you will get a chance to get a glimpse of it yourselves today, I think, I do want to congratulate the ministry for being innovative and for being quick on its feet, adapting its own flagship parasocial worker model to address some of the key challenges unveiled by the survey. And in the spirit of the theme for this year's International Day of the African Child, I would like to assert, as many before me, that the time is now for vibrant partnerships. Safeguarding the African child takes a village, and the intervention that we'll be learning about is already advancing in Kiryandongo settlement thanks to several partners: the Ministry of Gender, OPM, the Ministry of Education and Sports, UNHCR, Windle International Uganda, and the Baobab Research Program Consortium, to mention a few. The time is now for data and evidence, for without these, we would have been implementing the intervention of the day in the dark, so to speak, without the clarity that we have now and without the success that we're already seeing at this early stage. The time is now for the funding of bold initiatives, such as the one that brings us together today. I must thank the donors that have gotten behind this work, including FCDO, Global Affairs Canada, through Together for Girls. Indeed, I would say that these are the things that dreams are made of: the convergence of strong partnerships, robust data and evidence, and financial sponsorship. With these, we are sure to safeguard education for all children in Africa and to ensure that no child is left behind, regardless of whether they are located in refugee settlements or in the host community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Continental Partners representative, for that wonderful speech. Now, I welcome the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, to come and give us a speech. Sir, you're most welcome.
Our chief guests, none other than our Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. I request that I stand on the already well-articulated protocol, but for emphasis as a ministry, I would like to take note of the presence of two key ministries, Ministry of Internal Affairs. For the first time, we are having a contingent of high-ranking police officers who could stand up for recognition. I saw them there. OUF, and then UPDF, Ministry of Defense. We are grateful for your presence. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read the speech. Our PS, Dr. Agri David Chibenge, is on the way coming from Geneva, where I had been on an assignment on IRO-related matters with our minister, who is our chief guest today. And the acting PS equally is also engaged in another high-level meeting, and I was delegated to represent the PS. I have two roles, which honorable ministers, our chief guest, I want to execute. One, to say that through partnership with Population Council, that is Baobab, we have trained a contingent of community volunteers. In our nomenclature, we call them parasocial workers. We took them through a 1-month training in class theory and practice, or a practicum in the field, and we graduated them. So we wanted to take today's event to show them to the entire public and also to showcase them to our colleagues from other countries that are part of the visiting team. So the parasocial workers come in front. We don't have time, quickly. And then also the community development officers stand by the parasocial workers, and I will explain your role in a minute and hand over the microphone to the Master of Ceremonies. Our guests and the visitors and all of us here, these Ugandans, irrespective of their age and level of education, they are part of our capacity building as a country to build a robust child protection system from the community level up to the district. I want the CDOs here. CDOs, be fast. So at sub-county level and division level in a city or a town council, they are supervised by the community development officers. And one of the cardinal roles of a community development officer is social protection, under which we have the categories of vulnerable groups of people: the elderly, the children, the youth, the women. But from the vulnerability perspective, they focus mainly on cases of violence against children and gender-based violence. And at district level, the probation officer supervises a CDO from the child perspective, child protection perspective, because at sub-county or division level, the technical person that supervises those extension workers is a senior assistant secretary or a town clerk. But in our institutional arrangement of capacity building, we link the parasocial workers to the CDOs. They visit community homes, they conduct community dialogue meetings, they even double as members of the village health teams. So they have one leg in child protection, another one in health promotion. And recently, we have also brought them in the area of education to ensure that we have children mobilized to attend school, remain in school, and even work with police and local councils in regard to tracking the perpetrators of violence against children. We want to thank Population Council, Baobab, Nairobi, for a heavy investment, especially piloting the parasocial worker model in schools, both in the refugee setting and in the host communities. When we go to our constitution, even one of the children talked about it, Article 17 talks about duties of a citizen. And whenever I come to supervise trainings, I dwell much about the duties they are to execute in line not only with child protection, but the constitutional mandate. So here we are. And this is not the first group in the country. I've been talking about it. We started in 2011-12 with support from USAID. UNICEF has been supporting us, and other partners like World Vision, as already mentioned before. So we don't own them as a ministry. They are owned by Kiryandongo district local government. We only come to play a supportive role in regard to ensuring standards. We give them guidelines and also partners, depending on the capacity they have from their work plans and budget, give them some logistics like umbrellas, some give gumboots, others give, reflective uniform, others give bicycles. So support differs from one partner to another. In a period of 12 years, we have built a capacity of about 23,500 parasocial workers in the country. In West Nile, Save the Children Fund is taking a leading role. I think I had someone from Arua. Save the Children is supporting the training of social welfare officers, in addition to also supporting the ministry to train volunteers we call parasocial workers. So this is the contingent. In regard to security of children, we are in line with the frameworks, and we keep giving them doses depending on their capacity gaps. And we are promised to build their capacity in the area of psychosocial support and mental health. The CDOs, the challenge we have as a country, we recruit, but not necessarily every local government recruiting the extension staff has the capacity in terms of logistics to train them. We used to train all community development officers at Nsamizi, which is the Nsamizi Institute of Social Development. But because of limited funding, we now come in patches to pick those gaps. We conduct research in regard to knowledge and skill gaps, and where we find a huge gap where a partner comes in, we focus on one risk and ground the CDOs to play their 5 core functions. That is promoting social mobilization for government programs and non-state supported programs. So they are the main front soldiers for the parish development model in the line of community mobilization and mindset change. And we're also saying, Honorable Minister, this I leave it to you, we could also benefit from this batch of parasocial workers across the country, linking them to the social services pillar of the parish development in regard to mobilizing the Ugandans if we are to achieve what we aim to achieve by bringing the 39% still households still in the subsistence economy. So this is the contingent, and across the country, the fire is still burning. So I request I stop on this. Lastly, I want to thank our partners. Commissioner Mondo has already mentioned them. I'm not repeating them. But I must say, for the last 5 years, this function has brought us more partners, not because it is a continental day in Uganda for celebrating the dark, but because of our intentional mobilization in regard to signing MOUs with the development partners that supplement the government under the social sector. So, Honorable Minister, as our political supervisor, I would say this one is also a huge milestone as far as your impact is concerned. Legal frameworks, I think we had an opportunity to brief the African Union Committee of Experts, but the most exciting thing, even where people from villages are calling me, is the proposed amendment of the Community Service Act, whereby in the regulatory impact assessment, it has been agreed that taking into consideration global, regional, and national frameworks, there should be a leeway where children who fall on the other hand of the law, what we call technically juvenile offenders, instead of being holding in remand homes for months as they go through the court process, even after they have been convicted of their crime, if the crimes are not serious, then they should also benefit from community service so that they can serve a day or 2 days a week and they go back to school in order to minimize the disruption in the education cycle. Lastly, as a ministry, we are taking lead in regard to ensuring that issues of vulnerable children are integrated, focusing mainly on the adolescents aged 10 to 19 years. We are developing an integrated social framework for Uganda, and I am on the drafting team. Even the National Development Plan 4, we are using the life cycle. So all the vulnerabilities and challenges the children have aired out as a country, we are mindful of them, and technical as a ministry, we are taking a lead to ensure that they are mainstreamed up to the level of advocating for inclusion, even in the Public Finance Management Act, the way we did for gender. With all of that, I beg to stop here and once again thank our partners, thank our visiting team headed by Honorable Wilson. We are grateful and also honoring our request. They did not come here by accident. The government of Uganda, through our minister, had to apply in order to host this day here in Africa. So since others were demanding for claps, you should also clap up for us because we drafted a very convincing justification for the minister, and no wonder they are even seated by each other. I thank you very much, all for God and my country.
Yeah, thank you very much, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, for that wonderful speech you've given us. At this time, allow me welcome Pakele Girls Primary School at Jumani and Masindi Handicapped Girl. So get prepared, all of you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Moite Joy. I am in P7 class. We are from Pakele Girls Primary School, Ajumani District. We are representing a poem entitled Education is the Key to Success. When people look at us, they see us different from others, knowing we are disabled. No, no, no. We are only impaired. Most think we cannot be educated. No, no, no. We need to be educated. I can become a teacher, a doctor, an MP, and a police person, and a president. Our dear donors, ministers, MPs, and parents, let's wake up now to support all children with impairment, to remove the barriers and enable us to live a good life. We thank the government, UN agency, partners, and community for your continuous support. The time is now. We have to unite, arise, and support all the children to be educated, not focusing on their impairment, color, and nationality, or disability is not inability. Thank you.
We need education. We need education. We need education. We need education to become teachers. We need education to become doctors. We need education to become politicians. We need education to become lawyers. We need education for all the children. We need education. 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 We need education.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Achenwinu Susan. I'm from Masindi Center for the Handicapped. I'm going to present a poem entitled School is the Best. My brothers, my sister, go to school. School is good. School is good for you and me. Go to school to get knowledge, getting friends, getting skills, studying the past, studying the present, studying the future, using us. Fulfill a dream, a bright future. Staying in school is the best of all. To get all you need, to give all you have to. School protects the child. School saves the child. School trains the child all day long. Staying in school is the best of all. Go to school. Go to the end. Complete school to get full dose. Complete school to move on and on. Complete school, you won't regret. School is the best. Complete school for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That has been Pakele Girls Primary School and Masindi Center for the Handicapped. We really appreciate for your presentations. Now, I take this opportunity to invite Honorable Wilson Amaida, the chair of the child. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, my beloved African child. On behalf of African Commitment, African Union, I'm here to make a speech regarding the African Day of Child. I hope that you understand me because I'm not a native speaker. I speak Portuguese, so I hope you understand me. Thank you. Honorable Amongi Bete Ogon, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development of Republic of Zimbabwe, Uganda. Honorable Agre Kibenge, Permanent Secretary. Honorable Dr. Moriko Kadui, Minister of Primary Education. Honorable Aliguma Aideri, Chairperson of Kiryandongo District Local Government. Honorable Distinguished Chief Administrative Officer of Kiryandongo District. Representative of National Security Agencies. Distinguished Member of Committee. Representative of African Union, United Nations Agencies. Representative of Children's. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved African children, all protocol observed. On behalf of the African Committee of Experts of the Rights and Welfare of Children of African Union, I would like to welcome you to the commemoration of the Day of African Child held in the theme Education for All the Children. The time is now. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to the government and the people of Uganda for hosting this year's the continental celebration of the Day of the African Child and for the warm hospitality. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved African children. The Day of African Child, established by the Organization of African Unity in 1991 in memory to the student uprising in Soweto, South Africa, on the 16th of June 1976. At that moment, students were executed for marching, protesting the poor quality of education they received and demanding to be taught in their language. This year, the Day of African Child is not only a commemoration for the brave young soul of the 1976 Soweto uprising, who stood against the inequities and injustice for the educational system, but also our opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to their cause by overcoming the barriers that still hinder the right to education. The theme for this year was selected by the committee and further adopted by Executive Council of the African Union. The selection of the theme is informed by several factors. 2024 marked 10 years since we celebrated the day with the theme of education in 2014. Hence, the committee believes that the theme still presents an opportunity to assess the stride undertaken to fulfill the right to education since 2014 and identify areas that persistent and emergent challenges which might require further action. Education is not only the theme of the Day of the African Child, but also the theme of years of the African Union. The right of education for all the children is provided by the Article 11 of the African Charter of the Rights and Welfare of Children. Education is a right and a means to enjoy the other rights stipulated under the African Charter on the right and the welfare of the child and the other treaties. With that view, to elaborate the nature and scope of right of education, the committee is in the process to developing the general comment of Article 11. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved African child. Allow me to give a brief overview of the component of the theme of Day of the African Child. The first aspect of the theme is education for all, and the message of the committee would like to send is that education is for all children, despite the status or the status of their families. Hence, an enabling environment is required to assure that children in rural areas and marginalized areas, children with disability, children on the move, children in armed conflict, girls, including the pregnant girls and economically disadvantaged children, have access to education. The reality in Africa and also in Uganda is that a lot of children are still out of the school due to poverty, inaccessibility of the school, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and other harmful practices, conflict and crisis, child labor, among others. Statistics reveal that 20% of children between 6 and 11, 13 of children between 12 and 14, and 16% of the children between 15 and 17 are out of school in Africa. The commemoration day of the African child in 24 in Kiryandongo refugee settlement is a reminder to us that no one should be left. I would like to take opportunity to applaud the government of the Republic of Uganda for this inclusive refugee policy, which has allowed a wide range displaced and refugee children to get education and integrate in the host community. The second aspect of the theme is that is the time to act is now. Education is a critical for the holistic development of children and contribute to the bright future we aspire for our children. Hence, investing in education now is investing in the future of our continent. The population of African children is estimated to reach 1 billion in 2055, making the continent with the largest number of children. It is a clear indication that Africa cannot eradicate poverty, unemployment, and assure peace and security without educating the children today. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The dedication of the year of education is a true testimony of the Committee of African Government for the realization of the right of education. I would like to underline that African government made strides to increase the access and quality of education. Countries have taken steps to provide free primary education. On behalf of the committee, I would like to commend the government of Uganda for adopting the universal primary and secondary education, the recent adoption of the early childhood development policy, and the positive progress in the increment of the budget for education. We are deeply honored to be here in this beautiful nation, exemplifying commitment to the future of the African children. While we celebrate a notable advancement, our journey is far from completing as we face ongoing challenges. Some of them, the main factors that affect enrollment and retention in most African countries include, include multidimensional poverty, hello? Yeah. Gender-based discrimination, violence, sexual exploitation, conflict and crisis, disability, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and other harmful practices, and lack of access to sanitary facility and sanitary pads. Lack of investment in education, and particularly in the early childhood development, further exacerbated that challenge. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved children. Gathered here in Kiryandongo refugee settlement in the Pearl of Africa, this setting reminds us of resilience of the African spirit and the need to harness that resilience in advancing the right to quality education for every child across our continent. In reflection of Agenda 2014, in particular Aspiration 6, our collective pledge ensures that every child benefits from the fundamental right to quality education. In this regard, the committee of experts encourages the state members to take legislative, administrative, budgetary, and other measures to assure that the education is available, accessible, acceptable, and adaptable. More specifically, the committee encouraged member states to increase budget allocation to education and early childhood development. Second, adopt the review education law and policy to assure that primary education is free and compulsory without any discrimination on any ground. Third, adopt a retention strategy to assure that children who join the school stay and complete their education. Fourth, ensure that the inclusion of children in vulnerable situations, such as children with disability, children in marginalized community, children in conflict situation, children on move, among others. And finally, our recommendation, ensure that schools are safe space for the children by ensuring that no violence, sexual exploitation, or and corporal punishment take place in school. And we motivate and train teachers for the increase the quality of the education. And finally, integrate human rights education in curriculum. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved children. Allow me to finish, say that together, align with the 2024 African Union theme of educating a generation to fit for the 21st century, we can transform our aspiration into actions. Let us harness the collective efforts of the member states, UN agencies, civil society, and communities as we move forward to build a robust education system, ensuring that every child enjoy the right education. Thank you for your kind attention, and let us work together for an Africa fit for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Let's join hands and give him a hand clap. At this juncture, allow me welcome the Minister of State in charge of primary education, Dr. Joyce Moriku Kaduchi. You're most welcome.
Thank you, MC. Let me take this opportunity. I will welcome the minister when I make a few remarks. Thank you. You've done a very good job. The Honorable Minister, my boss, Betamong, my big sister, Dr. Grace, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, and all protocol observed. Before you, I'm the Minister of State for Young People and Children Affairs, Barugahara Balamateng. Today we gather here to commemorate the Day of the African Child, an occasion that serves not only the reminder of historical struggle of our children, but also a call to action for their future. This year's theme, Education for All Children, the time is now, resonate deeply with our ongoing commitment to ensure that every child in Africa receives quality education. First and foremost, I would like to extend my warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude to the African Committee of Experts on Rights and Welfare of Children for choosing Uganda to host this year's Africa Union commemoration. Your decision to hold this significant event in our country is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing the rights and welfare of children across the continent. We are honored and privileged to host you. We look forward for a fruitful discussion and event as you've seen. I would like also to extend my sincere thanks and warm welcome to all the children who have traveled here from across Africa. I've seen children from Cairo, Egypt, from Rwanda, Burundi, and all the other African countries. This is the Africa we want. We are Pan-Africanist. So it is a good spirit as Africans to always come together and celebrate these important days. I would also, in your presence here today, is a powerful reminder of the unity and shared aspiration of the African continent. Your participation in this commemoration highlights the importance of giving every child a voice and a platform to express their dreams, challenges, and hope for the future. Thank you for being here and for inspiring us with your enthusiasm and determination. Okay, my best friend is back. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the National Resistance Movement, which is led by Mzee Museveni, for his visionary leadership, which has been instrumental in increasing access to quality and equity in education in Uganda. People from Africa, delegates from Africa, I need to inform you that in Uganda, we have the universal primary education, where every child is entitled to education, to a free education in primary school. Also, we have the universal secondary education, where every child is entitled to free secondary education. However, there could be a few gaps remaining to make our program work and shine, but now those programs, every year we keep improving, as the Minister of Education will give details on that. The NRM commitment to education reform has paved the way for numerous initiatives aimed at providing all children, regardless of their background, with the opportunity to receive education. This visionary approach is transforming the education landscape and ensuring that every child can reach their full potential. Education is not merely a pathway to personal success. It is a transformative force that shapes society and drives national development. It empowers individuals with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate and contribute to an increasingly complex world. Through education, we foster critical thinking, creativity, and innovation, the very element needed to address the challenges facing our continent. In preparation for this day, we've taken time to listen to the views and concerns of children across Africa. Their voices have been provided invaluable insights into the challenges they face. Their aspiration for a better future, children have expressed their need for safe and supportive learning environment, access to modern resources, and the importance of being taught by well-trained and motivated teachers, as demonstrated by children who marched here with the placards from West Nile. In response to your concern and aspiration, government of Uganda is committed to taking concrete action to transform your education experience. In closing, let's remember that education is not just a fundamental right. It is a cornerstone of progress, prosperity for our continent. As we celebrate the Day of African Child, let us recommit ourselves to the vision of the future, where every child, regardless of their circumstances, has the opportunity to thrive through education. I want to thank the Masindi School of the Disabled for whatever you are doing to give those children a chance as well. Aba Masindi mbaramukize. Together, let's turn our commitment into action that will shape the brighter tomorrow for the generation to come. Let's build inclusive society where every child potential is nurtured, where barriers to learning are dismantled, and where dreams are not just spoken but realized. I need to thank you once again. I need to thank all the partners, UNICEF, UNHCR, and all the other partners, Baba, who have contributed to this activity, to this event. We are very, very grateful. We could not have done it better than this if you are not there. So we appreciate your support as a Minister of Gender. May the spirit of this day inspire us all
to create legacy for hope, opportunity, and equality for all our children. I want to thank the lady who has been holding this umbrella. Let this be on record. And I will thank her with the 20,000. She has MC'd well. How many MCs were you?
2 MCs.
Where's the other MC? The other MC come. So do you also deserve 20,000? You deserve. So he gets 20,000, she gets 30. Because she invited me to speak to you, but not only that, I bulled her because it was meant to be my elder sister to come and talk, but when I walked, she gave me the microphone. So she snubbed the other minister for me. So you deserve 30,000. And then you get 20,000. Then who else deserves another 10,000? Where? By show of hand. You are adults. You are adults. No, those children there in the bikes, how many are they? Those ones bandetera. Bandeteran. Abo bugali mu bandetere. Muje teteze kisani ngende. Now those ones in the bike, in the wheelchair, deserve more. So those ones who are seated there, I will give them each 50,000. Then there are people, the people who are pulling the bikes, the assistants, I'll give them 10,000. They deserve 10,000, isn't it? Or they deserve more. 10. Ati bano bo banywani bange ngenda kuba orota. Omanyire gamba abantu baramucho.
Good afternoon. I love them. I love them all.
Kandi we bakwetoa.
Angelique Shakila. Murota. Murikurungi. Mukama waweze mugisa.
So the babies have blessed you all. He said God should bless you, this gentleman. Amabaragawe.
Angelique Shakila.
Angelique Shakila. Amabaragawe. Uncle Patrick Talemwa. Amabaragawe.
Waman innocent.
Waman innocent. Waman in Runyoro means someone who is powerful. He is very powerful and is innocent, as you can see. Then Talemwa is he can't fail. In Runyoro, Talemwa means he can't fail. So that is his name. And this one is?
Angelique Shakila.
Toli munyoro, mujungu. Okay. Sati ngenda kuba mtale etano inyo abasatu. Aro nondi manyalinga. Esatu etano then ba helper mutwaro abantu benga basatu. Nyezi nga 18. 18 then Msono wenga esatu. Abiri na gumu kandi yo webiri. Abiri nesatu. Kabazi baletere. Pemtwaro abiri nesatu. Mwali kwija kandi nja kwija amasomero ganyu mbabungiri. Kare rwanga balindi. You clap for these heroes. Clap for them till when they reach where they are heading. Mugende mwikarali nkubaletera. Clap till when they reach where they are heading. As you continue clapping, I will invite the Honorable Minister of State for primary education. But keep clapping till when they reach where they are heading. Big Sister Honorable Joyce Kaduchi is walking as you clap. Kale mwebale muno. Mwebale.
Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, my brother, all of you in capacities, in the interest of time, permit me to recognize your presence and thank you for coming. Children, are you there? Are you happy? If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, thank you. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Thank you. Clap for yourselves again. Thank you so much. That is a wake-up call. Honorable Minister, I stand here on behalf of Education Fraternity. I came with the delegates from Ministry of Education and Sports. Permit me to invite all those from Ministry of Education. Please stand up for recognition. Stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Permit me, our chief guest, to convey a very warm, cordial greetings from the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sport, Mama Janet. She greeted all of you. She sent her cordial greeting and she told me to tell you children, she loves you so much. Clap for her. Thank you. That was from Mama Janet. Today, Honorable Minister, our chief guest, it's a very great pleasure for me to be associated with such a great occasion, and it is indeed gratifying for me to join all of you as we commemorate today the Day of the African Child in the year 2024. I'm so much delighted and honored to be invited and to participate in this colorful, vivid celebration as we honor our little heroes, as we honor our champion, as we honor our ambassadors who are everywhere in the country. Our children, wherever you are, know that today we love you, we honor you, and we cherish you. So thank you and congratulations to all children of Uganda. The theme of today, our guest of honor, education for children in Africa. The time is now. This is in line with the African Union, the commitment made by head of state of the African Union. Last year, all the heads of state in Africa dedicated the year 2024 as the year of education. As I stand here, I want all of you to know this year is the year of education, and it is dedicated to all children in Africa, and the theme is right and fitting that it is really education for our children. This was because in Africa, it has been discovered 9 out of 10 children at the age of 10, they cannot read and write. And this was worsened by the COVID pandemic. And here in Uganda, our guest of honor, the literacy level among girls is 45.7%. Numeracy level among girls is 52.7%. While in boys, by the age of 10, those who can write, those who can read literacy stands at 56.2%, while in girls, mathematics by the age of 10 years stands at 53.1%. That is the reason why this year is dedicated as a year of education. I must thank your ministry, and I must thank really our committee in the African Union for dedicating this year and the celebration to the education of our children. Honorable Minister, education is a fundamental right. Education is a catalyst for social transformation. Without education, we cannot transform our home, our community, our family, our country. Without education, we cannot bring development in our country. And that's why it's a fundamental right. It is incorporated in the Constitution of Uganda, Article 30, that stipulates every child is entitled to education. All Ugandans have right to education. And because it's a right, government of Uganda, under the leadership of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to fulfill the obligation in the Constitution, our President brought on board through his vision for the people of Uganda, universal primary and universal secondary education. This was to increase access to education, to improve equitable distribution of education, to inform this gathering. Since universal primary education was introduced in 1997, before that in 1996, the enrollment in universal primary education was 2.5 million. Within 1 year, it went to 5.8 million. Today, as we are here, enrollment in universal primary education has gone to 10 plus million. That shows the significance of offering free universal education for our children. And specifically for us in the refugee settlement, our guest of honor, I'm happy to read these statistics as per our report that in sub-counties offering refugees, we have quite a number of schools that are offering early childhood care and education. We also have quite significant number of infrastructure established in primary and secondary education, and that's why the statistics has gone quite high. Honorable Minister, permit me to talk about the significant strides that the ministry has brought on board. In terms of access to education, our ministry under the leadership of Mama Janet has really done commendable job. The policy says 1 primary education per parish, a secondary education per sub-county, and as I speak, quite significant achievement has been done in terms of access to education. In terms of equality and in terms of gender balance, our chief guest, girls in primary and secondary school constitute 50.3% of the total enrollment. Let's clap for the girl child, please. Thank you. However, the recently released PLE results of 2023, girls constituted 52% of the total candidates who sat for PLE. As they go up, their number keeps on dropping. Nevertheless, a lot of achievement has been done in terms of access, equitable distribution of education, and our challenge remains the quality that we offer. But the quality can improve when all stakeholders come on board. Permit me, Honorable Minister, in the interest of time, to bring to your attention some of the few challenges and the way forward that my ministry has put in place to address those challenges. 1, the climate change has posed a very significant threat to the education of our children. This extreme weather, the drought, the heavy rain disrupt schooling, particularly in rural areas, when the floods are all over, affecting the road network, affecting the bridges. And because of that, many of our children miss out classes. Many of our children, they also go to do other activities at home. Honorable Minister, I'm happy to inform you that the Ministry of Education and Sport is planning to incorporate climate education into our curriculum so that we build resilience in our schools as early at a tender age, so that our children start learning more how to prevent some of these natural disasters. Number two, as the children have indicated, we get challenges of overcrowding because of the increased population that goes to school. And I'm happy to report to you, our chief guest, as you know, as you sit in cabinet, the Ministry of Education is expanding more infrastructure under the U-Gift and UC project. This is aimed at reducing the ratio of pupil to classroom. And I believe in some years to come, we should be in position to address the issue of overcrowding as we expand more infrastructure across the country. Another challenge, Honorable Minister, as the children have noted, is the dropout. The dropout rate is so high. According to the statistics, in 2010, the children who registered in P1 in 2010 and they sat in 2016, out of 100, only 32% sat PLE. In 2014 to 2020, those who joined primary one and sat PLE, only 38% did PLE. In 2016 to 2020, the statistics keep on improving. Out of 100, 44% sat PLE. You can see from 32%, 38% to 44%. We are steadily improving on the issue of dropout. But however, I want to request all the stakeholders here the issue of dropout for us to handle decisively, holistically. We need the stakeholders. We need everybody to come on board. The parents, the children have sung. We need to complete the education cycle, allow them to be educated. We sometimes take a shortcut to let them go and do short work, to do business before completing the education cycle. Honorable Minister, before I conclude, the Minister of Education, Mama Janet, has been so passionate about the issue of girl child. She has been a champion to prevent teenage pregnancy in our schools. She has spread a message of our girl child to adhere to education and complete the education sector. And I want to convey her message to our children, especially the girl child, to remain and complete the education cycle, books before babies. And I want to echo especially her advice on the ICT. ICT is one of the modalities the education sector has brought on board to improve the quality of education. We have brought the ICT. However, ICT move along with the danger, especially on the social media. Mama Janet always asks parents to be the gatekeeper of the social media for our children. Let's continue to uphold the morals, our cultural values, the norms as Christians. We are God-fearing people. As we embrace the ICT, as Ministry of Education, we are always appealing to parents to be the gatekeeper. Make sure we adhere to the norms. Curriculum has already been emphasized. For those of you in A-level, O-level, you are aware of the competence-based curriculum. And this coming financial year, my ministry has put a lot of resources to ensure that we roll the competence-based curriculum in totality, comprehensively. We train our teachers. My ministry has put a lot of budget to complete the seed schools. We've put budget to ensure that we offer holistic education for our children. So for the competence-based curriculum, we are putting emphasis. We continue to embrace the curriculum. This is a curriculum that is going to give you critical thinking, to be analytical, to provide prompt solution to problems, not to be job seekers. But we want you to create jobs and to be relevant to the job market. So I appeal to our teachers who are here, please, let's continue to embrace the competence-based curriculum. I know a lot has been said, and there is quite a lot that we can talk about it, but in the interest of time, Honorable Minister, permit me really to end by saying the issue of gender-based violence is real in our schools. Our children are still suffering, experiencing physical violence. 59% of girls are experiencing physical violence. Our children are experiencing emotional abuse in school. 34% of our girls are emotionally abused. Sexual violence in schools is still real, up to 35% of girls. So I want to appeal to our schools. Let's create school-friendly environment for our children with no corporal punishment. The ministry does not allow corporal punishment. Our ministry wishes to have children that will participate and be part of decision-making in whatever we do. As I sit down, thank you, Honorable Minister, for participating actively in the approval of the early childhood care and education policy. Mama Janet presented this policy in the cabinet and it was approved. The minister, our chief guest, participated very actively and he made a very constructive contribution. And one of the issues that she put in place is we should focus on the development and the growth and holistic growth of a child. And we are appealing to all owners of ECD centers. We do not want to be packed with content of that teaching. It should be a play matter. We should not take children too early. We should not put excessive payment in all our nursery school. This matter of getting up early, bringing children late is not allowed. A nursery will be privately owned. As a ministry, our role is to provide guideline, policy, and learning framework, and to ensure you work within the legal framework. I thank you all for listening, and I say all this, God and my country. It's my humble honor and pleasure to invite you, our chief guest, to come and grace this garden. Let's put hands together to welcome our chief guest, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put hands together. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, our chief guest. Please put it.
Who are the children here? Can I see your hands? The children. Look at this one. Who are the children? Now, children, we are here talking about your rights. It is coming to 3. We have already violated your right to food. How many wants to eat? You know, it's the adults raising their hands. Imagine, they are not ashamed. Okay, I'm going to take a very short time so that you can eat. So the guest of honors, who are children, I did not want to face these people because these people, they know what we are saying. And they are the ones who have been talking. So I have to face the real guest of honors who are children. How are you? You are fine? You all speak English? Okay. So, I want us to start by thanking our team from the African Union, led by the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Children. Let's clap for them. They are the ones who have helped us to finance, to get all that we had, and choose Uganda to host this day. Are you not lucky, Uganda? You are lucky. Number two, I want you to thank our development partners. They have all spoken, the civil society, the UN family, and others. Let's clap for them. I am not going to read the speech they have given me because most of the issues in that speech have already been articulated. I want to say, number one, the reasons why we celebrate this day is not because of us, the adult. This day was because some children from somewhere in South Africa called Soweto realized that the right to their education was being undermined. And those children woke up one day, organized themselves in Soweto, and demanded that education should be prioritized as children. So this day was a day that was started by the children. So the first lesson you should learn as children, if your rights are being abrogated as children, do you have the stamina to stand up for your rights? How many children can stand up for their rights? You see, they are quiet. I have seen few hands. So the first lesson you should learn is that for you to be a leader, leadership starts as children. So you can now put down your hands. But I want you to start with the first lesson, that those who fought for this day that we are commemorating, that led to the African Union to establish the Committee of Experts, they were children like you. So the question I'm asking you, are you able to stand up for your rights as children? Are you? Will you? So that is the first promise you've given us who are in the ministry in charge of children. As government, as the ministry in charge of children, for us, we work with multi-sectoral approach and stakeholders. That's why today you are seeing Ministry of Education here. Let's thank the Minister of State who has represented education and all the development partners, because education is a multi-sectoral approach. You cannot deliver it alone. The right to children's education is multi-sectoral. And as government, we ask ourselves critical question. As we commemorate this day, we must ask, what is the challenges? What are the interventions? And what are the solutions? Once we underline those three, many people have talked here, but the number one issue for all the children seated here, if we are to address the right to education at a government level, is to address the issue of multi-dimensional poverty at the level of household, of parents, and the political economy. Because if your parent is able to look after you, to pay you, every single parent, when there is time for education, when they don't have money, They are looking for ways to sell their animals to take children to school. They are selling chicken. They are selling all sorts of things to pay school fees. So the first issue for education and the right to education is, how do we ensure that parents have household income? And that is where the message of His Excellency the President is very fundamental. That we need household income. That's why we have put in place, through His Excellency the President as cabinet, the parish development model that is now giving each household capital to start businesses. We as Ministry of Gender, we are supporting women with the capital under our Uganda Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We are supporting women under our World Bank partnership grant of $217 million to give women cheap capital. We are providing social security through disability grant, through persons with older persons grant, youth livelihood program, because we know when a parent is empowered economically, we are not going to have issues. That's why in cities and municipalities, you find so many nursery schools. You find when it comes to A-level results and O-level results, people who pass more are in cities and municipalities because they have income to take their children to school. So we shall continue to ensure that we provide avenues through which economic empowerment is anchored so that people can take their children to school. Number two, the other issue at political level, the political economy, is government working with development partners to provide infrastructure for schooling. Those schools, I heard children coming here and talking about studying under the trees, having no desk and other infrastructure. Government at the political economy level works to ensure that we construct schools, we put in place library, laboratory, we ensure that all the infrastructure is sufficient for you to study. So that is at a political economy level. The issue which is also very important, which were raised here, are requirements. We have universal primary education, universal secondary education. But at the level of aid teachers, DEOs, and local government, they are still asking you to pay a certain amount of money. His Excellency the President has directed Minister of Local Government that all schools must stop asking for any parents to contribute for any infrastructure development in government schools. Because that money is money which should support a parent to buy uniform and to buy books for the child. The statement and all that directive, the Minister of Education and that of local government have been requested to move throughout Uganda and implement that cabinet directive. I want to talk about the issue of instability and displacement. We are in Kiryandongo because of the need to ensure that children who are not party to war, who have not made a contribution to being displaced or refugees, still have their rights honored. And so Uganda globally is recognized for being a country that is hospitable, and where there are internally displaced persons and refugees, the right to education is still promoted and anchored. I'm glad that a Rwandese stood here as a student to testify to that, and many of you here in Kiryandongo are displaced people. So I want to say that commitment of Uganda remains firm to ensure that whoever is a child, whether you are displaced internally or a refugee, once you are within Uganda, your right to education, not only education, but economic empowerment is protected by the government of Uganda. And I think they have all the rights they deserve because they are not a cause to their problem. I want to conclude by saying some challenges still remain. The Minister of State has talked about dropout, that we still have high dropout rate. We have talked about the issue of internet, the need for internet, the ICT, the phones, the artificial intelligence, and all the other issue of inclusivity. We need to work on this, and we recognize the role of government to work on that. And for the children, you must remain focused, because we can do all that. Your parents can relate to your education. You will end up among the statistics of the children who are under child marriage. The girls, can I see the girls? The girls who are children here? The girls. I want to talk to you, the girls, because I was also a girl. I was a girl, and when I would go to school, in secondary school, those boys, they will come and tell me how beautiful I am. I'm glad you have laughed. So let me tell you, girls, when you are still under the care of your parents and you walk, those boys will tell you how beautiful you are, tell you how nice you are. They will say how if you refuse them, River Nile will dry. And then for you sympathize with River Nile drying and you give in. Now, after you have given in, you are pregnant. Are you going to see that boy again? You are not going to see that boy. So, I want to tell you that if some of us had listened to those words of River Nile drying, then we will not be ministers. I want the girls here to pledge to me. Please do not be lied to by the boys. Study. There are even sugar daddies who will bring you money. That money will only last for maybe 1 month or 1 term or 1 year. But after you are pregnant, you now have no job, you have nothing. The man will marry another one, another one, another one. Then you are going to be the 4th wife. But if you study like me, your future is secured. And you would have broken the chain of poverty, and your children and your generation after your children that you will bring to this world will never face poverty. So this is what I want to leave with you. And some of you think we have reached where we are as ministers because our parents were rich. No. For me, my parents were primary school teachers. Primary school teachers. And I would go to school with half a bar of soap, with no pocket money, and I will foot. My father would bring me back back from school in a bicycle, not in a vehicle. Some of you these days, you have the audacity of coming to school in a vehicle. Even a motorcycle. Me, I was brought back and taken by a bicycle. Then you still complain, hey, I don't have money. I didn't know what is called pocket money. I would get OD and go with cassava with no pocket money. But my focus was to study. And I studied. And I got a degree. And I am now a minister. So how many of you girls want to be ministers and are going to persevere like me? But those who have raised your hands, I will come back here and talk to you. So I want you, please, make sure, don't be deceived, don't be lied by boys. Study hard of saying, you have not taken the stand, determination, and the need to say, I will study, I will study, I will study. How many of you are going to say with me, I will study? I will study. I will study. will complete. I will get a degree. I will get my own money. I will get my own car. I will get my own house. And I will go into the world with the aeroplane and be a great person. Okay, thank you. That is my pledge. I thank you for that pledge.
Honorable Minister, I now would like to request you to first launch the ECD situational analysis report. And I want to request the following people, organizations, to join the Honorable Minister. Can I have UNICEF, UNHCR, the chairperson? Can I have Kulea Watoto? Can I have AfriChild, Plan International, Child Fund, World Vision Uganda, Save the Children Uganda, Norwegian Refugee Council, and Black, plus the LC5 chairperson and the cow of this area. All right, we are going to launch the Early Childhood Development Situational Analysis Report, a report that tells us where we are. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
It is now my pleasure and honor to launch the National Situation Analysis of Early Childhood Development in Uganda, the service delivery and access.
And all those who have copies of the situation analysis, wave to show your commitment. All right. Honorable Minister, the second report is the Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey 2022 summary report. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you again on behalf of all of us. I would like to launch the Uganda Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey 2022, a summary report issued April 2024. And this one we are going to sign a little bit. Where is the honorable ministers will help me to also sign.
National Population Council of Kenya, thank you very much for your support, and UNICEF. Honorable Minister, I will also request that you sign on the ECD Situation Analysis Report. Roger was so quick to move it. I don't know what his intentions were. So 2 reports have been launched. The Uganda Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey 2022 summary report, the ECD Situation Analysis report, and the last one I ask is a photo shoot with the reports that have been launched.
No, they want the picture. This is for politics. Don't worry. The other one was official.
The pictures now. Can we have the photo shots there? Photo shots. Can we have the Population Council? Population Council and OPM for the Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey Report. Members of the National Organizing Committee, including the doc, you can join in for a picture. National Organizing Committee and District Organizing Committee, kindly join in. All right, that will do for the photo shoot. Honorable Minister, I'm just going to make a lunch announcement, and thereafter we shall do the anthems. Lunch announcement.
Thank you, MC. We have several lunch serving points, and all of us are going to eat, but the children are our priority, especially children with special needs. So we have children-only serving centers in the extreme right corner there, and in the extreme left corner. We do not want to see any adult in those serving points. The serving points behind here are for the adult invited guests in this tent. You'll just move to the back. And then the foreign dignitaries, the ministers will go towards the exit. There is a tent where you're going to have your lunch from. Thank you, MC. Back to you.
Can I now call for the anthems in reverse order? We start with the Bunyoro anthem and we go down to the national anthem. Thank you. That ends this part of the function. Just do one stanza. One stanza will do.
One stanza is enough. One stanza each.
East African Culture. Oh, our dear East African anthem, one stanza. And then Ugandan anthem, one stanza. National anthem for the Republic of Uganda, one stanza. Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the second part of this function. The last part is lunch. They have announced where each group is going to lunch. Our priority are the children, of course, but we also have lunch for the adults. So please make sure you go where Sunday, are you nearby? Go where Sunday guided us to have lunch from. Thank you very much. May the Almighty God protect you. Sunday, announce again lunch.
Yes, the children, the extreme right corner, extreme left corner, ministers and foreign dignitaries towards the exit, adult guests behind me here. Thank you.